Hello, my little humans. Mr. NoPony here, and thank you guys for popping on in. Uh, Today we're just basically going to be going on the interwebs and watching random stuff. Uh, we have a. Ow. Speaking of health. Sorry, body betraying me. Anyway. Ow. Alright. So we're going to go into some online health. Let me change it to the right channel. I think it should be, yep, AB3. Alright, so today we are going to be looking at Rena. I'm going to say Rena because that's how Renamon is spelled. Malachi MD. Don't do this to your genital area. Guys, don't do this to your sausage. Apparently. So, I am gonna have to actually just have to edit a lot on this one. Cool. Alright. Alright. So, let's go to full screen and yeah. Give me a second. I need to get rid of something. No. Where's show bookmarks? Only on new tab. Yep, there we go. Alright, let's get into it.
Love your penis?
I damn sure hope I do. Alright. So, don't do this to your penis. Oh. So, are we having a lot of dick jokes here?
If you love your penis, this video is for you. I'm Dr. Rena Malik.
I sure as hell hope I love my penis because otherwise it's just an inconvenience. All those times it wakes me up in the morning just standing tall and just looking at me like, hey, wake up. I wonder.
Urologist and pelvic surgeon, and today we're going to talk about 10 things you should never do to your penis. Guys, I'm a urologist, and part of my job is to take care of penises.
She's probably married by this point. If not, you know. Although I do hope her, her husband or significant other who isn't jealous that she gets to compare sizes and looks at everything like, yeah, before we begin, I want to take a look at.
And quite frankly, I care about penile health, and you should too. In this video, I'm going to share the 10 things that you should be doing for your penile health that you probably didn't know about, and make sure you stick around till number 10 because that one's going to surprise you. Now, before I get into the video, I want to ask you guys a huge favor. If you guys have been following me for some time, have been watching some of my content, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. And if you are subscribed, make sure you hit the notification bell. I make content all the time on this channel. And a lot of times you just can't keep up because there's just so much stuff.
This is the first time I've actually
great education all the time.
I've actually found you.
Only 20% of you watching are actually subscribed. So please do me a solid favor, subscribe, share this channel if you can with your friends because it really means a lot to get this word out and help people around the world get the education they need. Number one is very simple. Don't ignore your penis. Now, a lot of you probably don't realize this, but the way your penis functions is a barometer of your overall health. When you look at men who start having trouble with erections, and you follow these guys for 7 years after the start or onset of their problems, 14% of them go on to have a heart attack. And that's
Oh yeah,
because we call erectile dysfunction the canary in the coal mine. But I always say it is a marker of health because when you have good, strong erections and good, strong desire, it tells you a lot about your body. One, that you have good blood flow, your hormones are functioning well, your nervous system is functioning well, that you're psychologically in a good place, right? Things are not stressed.
Everything I'm currently not. Oh, yay, I get to have a heart attack in the future. Woohoo! Probably by the time I hit the age of 50. Who knows? Somebody will find my rotting corpse one day.
You out, and that you're not doing something that you shouldn't, meaning you're not taking a substance that might be affecting the health of your penis. That brings me to number 2. Don't DIY things for your penis. Now, I have seen it all, and let me tell you, there is no at-home remedy that's going to help your penis get longer, get thicker, that's safe. There is no really concoction that's going to make it grow overnight, no matter what the ads promise you. I remember seeing an
I
ad
ignore
of
those damn
someone
ads.
pouring apple cider vinegar on their penis and saying it grew their penis like immediately. And I was like, this doesn't even make sense. But I understand there's a desperation around penile health. And so people are.
I'm sorry. Did I just hear apple cider vinegar and increase penis size in it by pouring it? Oh my god, I'm sorry, I don't care how big it makes it. The smell of apple cider vinegar would turn away any damn woman in a heartbeat. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Ugh. That stuff stinks and it's nasty. Ugh. Ew. Gross. Plus, if they were actually using that, I would say they probably put it in one of those aqua pumps. If you've been to a specialized store, you know what I'm talking about. The ones that say use in the shower.
Are very eager
That are like almost $200 to
see
$300.
something help them in whatever issue they might be having, whether it's the size of their penis or they're getting erections. And oftentimes, a lot of these things are unproven, they're unsafe, and they could cause harm. Let me give you some examples. So one is jelqing. Jelqing is where men use their own hands and pressure from their own hands to do stretches of their penis, which can increase penile.
I'm sorry, to do what now? What sick mother... I'm sorry, that sounds like it hurt. Are you trying to tear muscles, ligament? Ah! No! No!
Length. Now, this is a problem because a lot of times when people do this, they are causing little tiny fractures of their penis over time, an injury to their penis. And that can then lead to erectile dysfunction. You can ask any urologist. We have all seen young guys who've been jelqing to excess. And guys, you know this, right? If I tell a guy to do something that's going to help his body, he's not going to just do it like half-ass. He's going to go all the way in. And so you're going to go
Unless because you got the mental state of me.
hurt yourself, and then you'll
I
have
half-ass do
irreversible
everything.
damage to your penis. So please don't do it. Another one is guys putting on constriction bands that they make at home. So I think if you watched my constriction band video, I shared where a guy put a construction nut on his penis, and we had to get a jiggly saw from the fire department to get it off in the ER. Guys, I'm not making it up. He was, I think.
And the hell of what now? You put a... you just... I, mm, uh, mm. Nope. I got nothing. I got... The level of stupidity in which somebody has done from that story is just... The what now? No. I'm sorry. My brain just shut down. Even I find that instrumental, at least. Stupid.
Altered when he put it on. He passed out, and so by the time he came in, his penis was so swollen there was no way he was getting it off. Another guy had taken a plastic Coke bottle. He had cut out a ring from the plastic Coke bottle and got it stuck on his penis. It is not worth it. Buy a constriction band. You can get one for like $20 on Amazon. It is much, much safer. They are made to be taken off safely and easily. Number 3, keep it clean. I think everyone realizes that they should keep their penis clean, but what happens is when guys have a foreskin, sometimes you forget to pull the foreskin back or clean under there or dry under there.
No, no, that's not forgotten. And depending on your female's kinks, she might want the cheese. Ew. Ew. Gross. But nonetheless, yeah, just keep it clean. That's easy.
And that can lead to things like balanitis, where you get infections of the foreskin, and it can be very uncomfortable. So make sure you are always taking the time, pull back the foreskin, clean under there. If you can't pull it back, that's a problem, right? Because while penile cancer is exceedingly rare, there are cases where people will develop a cancer on their penis, and because they could never pull back their foreskin, they can't see it. So I always help.
In that case, just if you have a shower head with a hose, remove that shower head, use the hose, just blast water around in there, just it'll clean it out for you. I mean, that's an option.
People, make sure you can pull your foreskin back. If you can't, make sure you talk to your urologist, talk to your doctor. Sometimes it can be reversed by using a cream or a small device, or you can have a circumcision. But ultimately, you always want to be able to pull it back, clean under there, look,
Yeah,
inspect.
those are considered oh, excuse me. After such an age, I believe it's considered cosmetic surgery.
In that same vein, I would avoid aggressive cleaning because I think sometimes people will use these really scented or strong soaps, and this can actually cause irritation. The skin on your penis is not meant to be aggressively washed, right? It should be clean, let soapy water run through, make sure there's no smegma buildup, and keep it clean. But don't be aggressive. Don't wash it aggressively, don't rub it aggressively, because you will.
Unfortunately, there are too many people out there with the weirdest damn kinks that would probably still do that either against their doctor's orders. It happens.
Cause irritation of the skin and maybe even lacerations. Number 4, don't ignore pain or other warning signs. If you guys see a problem with your penis, please talk to your doctor. Do not ignore it. Sometimes.
For those of you who could afford a doctor, the ones who actually ignore it are the ones who cannot afford to go to this high-paying, high-placed medical deal for the very last minute. And that's because we don't have the money, honey.
Sometimes it could mean you have a sexually transmitted infection. Sometimes it could mean that you have a urinary tract infection. Sometimes if you see blood in the urine, that could be a sign of a kidney stone, bladder stone, or worse, cancer. It could be cancer in the bladder, it could be cancer of your penis if you see an ulcer there or an ulceration. So guys, don't ignore it. I know it's really hard to go see a doctor and show them your genitals and be vulnerable and tell them what happened and feel like you're getting judged because maybe you had unprotected sex. And I understand that completely, but it is not at the cost of your health. If you feel judged, please find another doctor. But ultimately, we want to make you.
Yay, we're all going to be
I will
judged.
tell you the saddest stories in my history of taking care of patients is one where guys ignored ulcers on their penis and had a penile cancer. Penile cancer is very aggressive. It is exceedingly rare. I've probably seen, I don't know, a handful of cases in my entire career because it's so rare. But when it happens, it's really scary. It's really traumatic. And guys ignore it because it's so scary. They don't want to have anything done to their penis. But let me tell you, you take care of it early, you will have much less done to your penis than if you wait too long. Number 5, stay in control and be safe. There is nothing hotter than safe sex. If you're having sex with someone, you're not worried about getting an STD, you're not worried about getting pregnant, you can be fully uninhibited. You can be fully vulnerable, which allows you to have great sex. So always prioritize safety. There are so many ways to be safe with sex. There's so many different types of condoms. You gotta experiment to find which one is right for you, the thinnest one, the one that feels the best. Have your partner involved in the process, but always please be safe. Now, in terms
If
of
anything,
being
get a
safe,
variety
the other
pack.
thing I want to say is stay in control. Now, why stay in control? Because things can happen like penile fracture. So if you are having very vigorous sex and your penis is erect and it bends because maybe you hit the pubic bone, you don't hit the vagina by accident, you pull out and you hit the pubic bone, you will then potentially fracture your penis. And this is a surgical emergency. When this happens, you've got to go to the ER and we have to take you to the operating room because we need to repair that tear. When this happens, you tear the outer lining of the erectile tissue or the tunica albuginea. And
Because
this
inside.
needs to be repaired. If you don't repair it and you wait it out at home, over time, about half of people who do this will get erectile dysfunction. And so it is much better to go to the ER and get this repaired, surgically repaired, so you can maintain erections rather than dealing with issues with erectile dysfunction later down the line. And you will know when you have a fracture. This is usually when this happens, you'll hear a popping sound, you'll feel significant pain, and your penis will get very swollen, something like an eggplant penis. It's really important for you to maintain
Interesting.
control. Ideally, hold on to your partner's hips so you can sort of control how fast things are going and the angle at which they're going at so you don't have an accident that leads to a penile fracture and you can maintain the strength of your erections. And the other thing that helps is lubricant. I cannot tell you enough times how important it is to be well lubricated. And guys, lube is fun. It makes things slippery. It makes things more enjoyable. You don't have to feel like there's something wrong with your partner if there's not enough lubrication. This is a normal part of aging. Women tend to lose lubrication as they go through perimenopause and menopause. And sometimes younger women have less lubrication because of medications or genetics or a variety of different things. It does not mean they are not aroused. Number 6, don't make it hot. Now, what do I mean by don't make it hot? I mean that you want to keep your testicles in a relatively cool environment. So the reason
There's no such thing in the South.
outside the male body, whereas women's ovaries are inside, is because they need a very perfect temperature in order to produce sperm. If you expose your testicles to a lot of wet heat, this can lead to changes in your body's ability to produce sperm.
In other words, stay the hell away from the South. Because it is humid, it is hot as hell down here. It's just gross.
Which can then lead to infertility and it can potentially affect your testosterone. So what I would say is avoid having a lot of exposure to things like jacuzzis, steam rooms, things like that. Try to limit your exposure to them. Also, when you are sitting or using a laptop, try to make sure you have something in between your genitals and the laptop. Ideally, keep your phone in your back pocket, not in your front pocket, because all of these things emit heat and they can affect.
First and foremost, I would never put my phone in my back pocket. I cannot do it. Because if I forget about it and I sit on it and I break it, I'm going to be pissed off at me. And then I'm going to be pissed off at this advice. Because I don't have the money to constantly go out and buy a new phone. I love my phone. My phone is great. This is why I kind of miss the side holsters where phones used to be instead of just being in your pocket.
Affect your testicular health. Number 7, be nice to it. So what do I mean by be nice to it? Well, what I mean...
Don't try to cut it off. Yeah, that would be a good idea, to be nice to it.
is when you masturbate, try not to be very aggressive with your penis. Things like death grip that I've talked about before, essentially when you masturbate very aggressively with a very strong grip. When you do things like that, that is not something that can be replicated by a vagina or a mouth or another anal orifice. It's not going to work, right? So you will then find that your body becomes habituated to that kind of intensity, that kind of pressure that you can't replicate with another person. And then you might notice that you're starting to have trouble getting aroused or maintaining your erection because it's just so different. So what I mean by nice to it is I mean try to masturbate in ways that are similar to the way you would be aroused with a partner, and use lubricant and enjoy pleasure. Don't make it a shameful, like hiding in the corner as fast as you can type of experience. Number 8, don't smoke and take care of your health. Guys,
I can guarantee I'm not smoking. That much I can guarantee.
Smoking will cause erectile dysfunction. So don't smoke. People who smoke get bladder cancer. I see it all the time. It is one of the worst cancers because there's so much looking in the bladder with cameras. And sometimes when we do have to do surgery, these are really big surgeries that will change your life dramatically. Overall, your lifestyle matters so much. Now, this is not sexy. It's not quick. It's not easy. But it is so important for your penile health to have a good lifestyle. Remember when I mentioned in number 1 that in 7 years, 14% of guys with erectile dysfunction will get a heart attack? That's
Yeah.
because erectile dysfunction is a measure of blood flow. It's a measure of
Oh,
so many
okay.
things. It's a biomarker of your health.
So I
And so
really
if
just
you
need to
remain
start
healthy, your
exercising better.
erections will remain healthy. So that means eat a healthy diet, avoid smoking or any other.
Uh, yeah, that would be great. If our society wasn't so focused on doing the exact damn opposite, and the most unhealthy crap is the only thing you can afford.
Drugs to excess, try to minimize alcohol intake, exercise regularly. Aerobic exercise and resistance training are so important. Aerobic exercise is great for blood flow, and resistance training is great for testosterone. So, all of those things are so important, and I can't stress them enough. If you don't know how to start, take it one baby step at a time. Do something that is so simple that you can't ignore it. I love this book, Atomic Habits. I'll link it in the description. You can apply that model to anything, and it will help you make changes in your life that are positive. And lastly, try to minimize stress.
I
That
have
goes
nothing
into
but
lifestyle, right?
negative
We don't
changes.
talk about it enough, but when you are chronically stressed, a little stress is great. We need stress in our lives. But if you are chronically stressed, this has a huge toll on your overall health, including your sex
No,
drive,
duh.
including your ability to maintain erections. So if you find that you are someone who is chronically stressed, you need to do some investigation on how you can reduce that stress and what
Yeah,
you can do
give me a
within
good
your
job.
control to improve your quality of life. And number 9, be nice to yourself. And this is because when I find that men have trouble with their penis, they are really hard on themselves. They are so stressed
Oh, so you're
out
asking for
about
the
being with their
impossible.
partner.
So number 9 is the impossibility of for men. Not only do we have to be nice to ourselves, we also have to. Society has to be nice to us because apparently we're the scum of the earth, and no matter what we do, we are nothing more than just. How do I put this? Scum beneath everybody's shoe, and not even that is good enough for us.
About how their penis looks, about how it performs.
More spam
They have
calls.
so much stress and anxiety around the active intimacy of being with their partner. And that just amplifies, right? You feel like, for example, I tell
I'm gonna
people you
keep
get
sending
a
it to
problem
voicemail.
in the bedroom. You can't get an erection one time. The next time you try to have sex, you're thinking about that the whole time. And that stress is going to make it even harder for you to get an erection. So then you won't get an erection. And then that stress amplifies and it becomes this vicious cycle. So be kind to yourself. Everyone has fluctuations in the function of their penis. There will be times where it just won't work. And that's okay. Once in a while doesn't mean your life is over. It will come back. But do not be mean to yourself and treat yourself badly and cycle in this horrible state of stress. Guys don't talk about this. They don't share their stress with anyone, which makes it even worse. And that brings us to number 10. Use it or lose it. Is there any truth to the
What?
famous adage, use it or lose it? Well, sort of. So, one is sometimes people stop using it because they're not getting erections anymore, right? And so they're not getting erections with their partner. So they just really stop because they're embarrassed or they're stressed or their partner's also not wanting to have sex. But the issue is if they're not having erections and they're also not having erections at nighttime, that's when it becomes a problem. Normally, during the night, you have 3 to 5 erections. And when you have those erections, that's your body's way of protecting your penis, making sure it gets good oxygenated blood flow. And when it stops getting them, then you start noticing that maybe your penis is getting a little shorter, maybe the tissue feels a little different because maybe it's getting some scar tissue. And so, yeah, if you don't continue to have erections at nighttime, this could be a sign that you might actually have some shrinkage of your penis. The other thing is if you have low sex drive, and oftentimes that can be related to stress, sometimes that can be related to hormones, a variety of different things.
Or
But
a
if you start
combination.
noticing that your sex drive goes down, or you avoid sex for some period of time, your body will then sort of realize it doesn't need it anymore. And so your drive will continue to decrease because you've no longer really allowed yourself to feel that urge.
Well, that actually comes into the ideal of the male loneliness epidemic. Men can't have sex with women because they are lonely, they are single, they don't have that ability to do so. So after a while, it becomes a lose it situation because many guys just fucking give up. So don't blame the men, blame the women up onto this, or vice versa. I don't care. Just blame society up onto that segment if you feel like you don't have a chance to use it out as often because you don't have a girlfriend, you don't have somebody to be with because everybody's so damn picky on everything. Sorry, I just put a little bit of my own personal rant into that.
Might not be a problem for some people. That might be a problem if you're in a relationship and your partner wants to have sex. I think there are so many benefits to having sex and having intimacy with a partner. No matter your age, no matter what you do, it is really, really important. You need to make the effort. Your partner needs to make the effort. Not everyone wants to have sex all the time, but there is so much
True.
value in intimacy. And if you guys missed my video on how sex could actually save your life, make sure you check that one out. And as always, remember to take care of yourself because you are worth it.
All right, so that was that. So wow. I yeah, that was a thing that exists. So yeah, all right, everyone. That was don't do this to your penis. 10 Little Steps by Rena Macau. I'll put her video in the link in the description down below on the replay. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys next time. All right. So that video's down. No. I got kitty cats bothering me. Meow meow. You man here now? You man here now? You kidding now? You kitten. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. You're kidding me, huh? You decided to come up here? You heard me talking. You decided to come here. And you, what are you doing exactly? Are you trying to sit on the pole? Are you, what are you doing? What are you doing, Diana? Are you trying to knock things down? Please don't knock things down. Let me put these up here. These will be fine there. I'll put those up there. There. Hi. Hi, meow. Whoa. Okay, so I got a kitty in my lap. Big great kitty. This one's a different cat versus the one that's always on screen. This one's Diana. She's a gray tabby cat. Well, gray and white tabby. She's kind of got little stripes here and there in her fur. She's just an attention-loving creature. She loves the attention. She has this little habit of if you actually just scratch her back just right, she loves to lick at the same time. She's a weird cat. Yeah, that's right. I got the kitty. I got the kitty now. Sorry, I'm tormenting a cat for a little while. I'm just giving it some attention. We're going to the next video. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Declaw, declaw. I know it feels good, but oh, not in. Don't claw me. Ow. All right. Next is we have Levi Nix, Nice, Neeks, Levi Neeks show. The Levi Neeks show. Women instantly regret bashing men on TikTok after this happens. Oh, it's 21 minutes. This should be very interesting. I have not seen this. So let's go ahead and check it out.
What you post on social media. Women are now getting fired from their jobs from just hating men. The misandry is absolutely nutty, brother. I got a banger from the Modern King. Let's get straight into it. That ankle, bro. I want to see
Oh, so you decided to kick somebody's little scooter down. I'm sorry. I have my sense of humor is a little bit on the Schadenfreude side, or the karma getting back at people. I love it. It's just my style.
fold again. Oh, almost look.
Yep. See, the payment's going right here. It's nothing but dirt here, and she just hit the side of that, not paying attention.
Like the parentheses.
She could have avoided this. She didn't. All she had to do was not kick over somebody's electric scooter.
Yikes. And that's what you get, though.
Oh. Although I do hope she's alright because of the glass, but damn.
My man didn't believe in male friends. Now he's watching one raise his family. Wait a minute. Aren't you like proving his point?
My man didn't believe in male friends. Now he's... Yeah, oh, mother... Oh! Ooh, that's one way to piss off a guy. That's... Ooh.
God, you're dumb.
You stupid.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that he was right.
Exactly, bro.
Right?
So dumb.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're proving this man's point entirely. Oh, I've seen this, the apples and the bag thing. That's good. That's real good. Hypergamy, bruv. What could go wrong? Polish airline Inter-Air completed its first flight with all female 7. Bounced like a basketball.
Ooh. Honey. Before you actually hit that tarmac, level out the plane. Don't panic. Level it out. Does she stop at any point?
Tailgate open. There's no tailgate party going on in sight, but this guy is just letting it all hang loose right now. Front wheel is definitely out. Let's see what this person's smoking. Damn.
You gotta be on them Zans.
She looks like she's pissed.
That is crazy.
Look at her pressed lips, angry looking face, just mad. Just fucking mad. That is anger, right? That's frustration and anger on her face. That pressed lip, flat face. Oh yeah.
Crazy work. That rim is scraping. If you don't ride rims, you gotta ride flats. How to total your car 101. Don't tell me she gonna wave back.
Off the road. You stupid.
You're stupid. How to How to reject these random girls. What?
I'm not gonna lie, that pull was sick though. All right, what is this? What is this?
I. Me when it's time to take a moment of silence for men's mental health.
Diabolically dirty, bro.
Yeah.
Pretty funny. Unless you're one of the millions of men quietly suffering. Men take their lives at nearly 4 times the rate of women. Now, it's not a competition of who can shout.
It's kind of true. I mean, there have been times where I've thought about it. I thought about unaliving myself. That's happened at a time or two. But I never went through it. I'm glad. No, but yeah.
Shout the loudest about their issues. But I hope, unlike this woman, that you never have to face the pain of losing your son. I hope, unlike...
Wife and mama are learning to love life again after unaliving loss. Thank you for taking the time. We lost a 16-year-old son to unaliving himself in 2013. It opened my eyes to how big this problem is for many people, especially men, since they tend to pick the more violent means to attempt unaliving themselves. And sadly, more successful because of that. Please, y'all, there is help out there. Don't listen to the lies that Please don't listen to the lies that your family and... Okay, I'm a little confused up onto that sentence structure. Please don't listen to the lies. I'm just gonna think they meant out there. Comma. Your family and your friends will be there. Your family and your friends will be better off without it. What? It's a lie. We need you. We love you. This world is a better place because of you. Please stay. Okay, that's pretty sweet.
This woman, that you never have to face the pain of losing your son. Kind.
Bro, she's a wife and a mama, bro. Go back. Wife and mama learning to love life again after... Okay, that's brutal. Thank you for talking about this. We lost my 16-year-old son to open my eyes to how big this problem was, especially for men, since tend to pick up the violent means to attempt. Sadly, more successful because of that. Please don't listen to the lies that your family and friends will be better off without it. It's a lie. We need you. We love you. Yeah, bro. That's crazy. She just dogging men's mental health month. Bro, we love the men around here. Sounded a little sus. I do this channel because
it's alright. We all love being a little sussy around here.
You have to face the pain of losing your son. Kindness and compassion goes a long way.
Facts.
600,000 men kill themselves every year due to mental health issues.
That's a lot.
58,000 a month, 14,000 a week, 2 motherfucking thousand men a day. By the end of today, 2,000 men would have killed themselves because of mental health. And you're laughing about it. You think it's motherfucking funny. You know what? I'm not even going to address how ironic it is. What if you had a son, ma'am? Would you be celebrating if your son was going through mental health issues? Would it be as funny? You know what? I'm moving on. My brothers, I would rather carry the weight of your tears than the weight of your casket.
Very well said. Rather carry the weight of your tears in your casket. Love that.
I see you.
Those caskets are not light.
Do not quit. Give me one more day. One more.
I've been a pallbearer once or twice.
Bro, I'm
once
telling
before
you, man. It's tough because a lot of guys don't have this
with my
outlet.
aunt.
But the world is better with you guys in it, man. It's 1,000% better with you guys in it. And you got to think about your family too. Like when we go
How
through
hard it is on
unaliving,
them, yeah.
like the person you're getting rid of is yourself. So it's really self.
So I actually want to take a moment. There was a time back in my teenage years where I thought about unaliving myself. Yeah, that happened a lot. Things were very difficult at that time. I really didn't. I didn't feel like I was actually cared for in a lot of aspects, but I know that's not technically true nowadays, but it's just I saw things in a different perspective. I remember back then I would have a dream every night of myself just passing away in a car accident, and those type of dreams actually kind of saved me because I got to see myself see how a funeral would be and how much people would probably mourn me. The thoughts sometimes your brain can prevent you from doing things because you dream or think about the thing of people who truly care for you. I know it's hard. It can be very hard out there for things like that to seem like a reality, but you know, it's true. There are people still caring about you. And if they're not your immediate family, there could be other family members that are out there that want to protect you. Friends, co-workers, other people that you've acquaintances that you don't know of out there who just can see things wrong and just want to talk. You know, perhaps it could just be a random stranger on the a random stranger at a bar or something. You know, just somebody who just would like to just talk. You know? Don't listen to the trolls. Don't listen to the people out there. Oh, unalive yourself. It'll do the world a favor. Don't listen to those type of people. You don't know what type of favor. You don't know how much the world could be better or worse depending on you being out there. You can make the difference between somebody else or any other thing. So believe what you need to believe, man. Enjoy life. That's what I have to say.
Selfish to me to do that, because there's people out there that love you, bro. And even if you feel like you don't have people that love you, the beautiful thing is you have the opportunity to go find the people that do.
Right?
You don't feel like you have a group right now. You don't feel like you have a squad or a wolf pack or whatever it may be. Welcome. You found it now. Join the Discord. We chat offline all the time. We share clips. We have a really strong community, and we lift each other up. But it's our jobs as men to lift other men up, just like the women. It's not my job as a man to help women feel better about themselves. It's my job as a man to help other men feel better about themselves, because I know what it takes to be a man. I know what a man's life is like. I know what experiences I've gone through. And more than likely, most of the men here have gone through kind of the same experiences. So, you know, it's our responsibility to help each other.
The audacity to be shocked.
To be shocked. Lord have mercy. It's one of those pit maneuvers there. Watch this and you'll understand the power of having a present father.
I don't really say this eloquently. If a man and wife raise a child, they're less likely to end up in jail, but they have the same statistical chance as children raised by just their father. So if we want to keep children, adults, out of prison, mother, father, or just father, Well, we don't want to hear just father, so let's try to keep the families intact.
Now, if for some reason...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's pull this up. I like to pull this study up we do this probably once a month. But the amount of degeneracy that fatherless homes and single mother households produce is shocking. It is quite nutty, brother. 63% of youth unalivings, 90% of all homeless and runaway children are from fatherless homes. 85% of all children who show behavior disorders come from fatherless homes. 80% of R words. 71% of all high school dropouts. 75% of all adolescent patients in chemical abuse centers. 70% of juveniles in state-operated institutions. 85% of all youth sitting in prisons grew up in fatherless homes.
And they become
Teens
Democratic
without involved
voters.
fathers are twice as likely to drop out of school. Girls raised in fatherless homes are more than twice as likely to become pregnant before.
Well, I would actually have to say I'm one of the I'm one of those rare cases where having a fatherless home didn't make me any of those statistics, but you know, I did my best. My mom always ended up trying to do the best for us. It wasn't her fault on this part. It was my fault. It was my father's fault on that. On the reason on that part. I have to say that much. But you know, it is what it is. I mean, I'm doing better in my life. I make sure that I want to make sure that if I ever have a family, that I will be there as much as I possibly can. But you know, we'll see how things go.
Before the age of 18. Teens from single-parent households are more likely to engage in delinquent behavior compared to those from two-parent households. Adolescents without involved fathers are at higher risk of experiencing emotional and psychological problems. Teens.
And this is an absolute. This is statistics, which are high probabilities, but not absolutes. There are rare occasions where this does not fall into any type of category like this.
Without fathers have an increased likelihood of.
The negative side also is that sometimes some of these fathers do end up becoming fatherless children do become parents, but due to their lack of knowledge on how parenting actually should work, they don't become very good parents, and it ends up causing the exact same statistics. Now, this is parental of both parents to be in the picture with the same abilities to teach their kids, not just what do you call it? Not just actually just being there. You actually have to be able to teach your kids on what's right and wrong. Teach them on a way to not turn out like you or turn out better than you, but also keep a little bit of moral values. Always want your kids to actually be better than you, but not snobbish. Better. Okay. Is this like the second time that spam call's actually been through? Nope. They could keep it trying, but I'm just gonna send them to voicemail every time. Alright. Anyway. Let me go ahead and turn on Do Not Disturb mode. Oh! Miss Kirsha's alive right now.
Of substance abuse and addiction. Fatherless teenage boys are more susceptible to involvement in criminal activities, and girls from fatherless homes are more vulnerable to being lured into exploitative situations outside the family. This isn't pure proof, and that comes from fixfamilycourts.com. This isn't pure proof that dads matter and men matter. I don't know what does. As this lady said so eloquently, it's more important that kids be around just their dads than just their moms. So, if you are a single dad,
That's true. But the dads actually have to be good dads. Not all dads are good dads. So it is the statistic only works if the father is a good father. Now, if the father is a bad father, one that is very abusive, that is a different story. Because abusive parents do not make good children. They make traumatized children, and they bring that trauma into the next relationship, etc. Some do escape that trauma and move on with their lives, do better than what their parents have ever done, but not a lot of them actually do get to that point. So it's whether or not they can or cannot do anything like that.
shout out to all the single dads. I don't know if we have a lot of those guys here, but shout out to you.
For some reason,
Oh, Lord.
we have no one that can make a layup.
Oh, Lord. Use the
Or we're
backboard,
tied
dude.
at the end of the game. Whoever has the most game pieces on our game board will be our winner.
Bro, they're going to be
All
here
right,
all
Morgan's
night.
here.
Wow.
Here goes Grace.
Okay, a game of tic-tac-toe.
All right,
everybody.
Morgan makes her
Come on
second
now.
layup.
Everybody knows the rules,
Grace
right?
makes her second layup. Okay. Oh, Grace.
Oh, okay, it's a shoe-in. She got it.
Grace.
She got it.
Yeah, it all depends.
Gotta make a layup. Pay
She's got
attention,
it. She's
Grace.
got it. She's got it, right? She's going to block
kick.
her.
Nope. Grace. Grace, she already pulled that
All
spot.
right.
You gotta pay attention. Find a spot that's open. Oh,
Okay.
no. Oh, no.
What the hell?
I am not sure what's happening here. Find an open spot.
This is a
Find an open
joke.
spot. Find an open spot. There it is.
How much are you making in your
Are
head?
you, dude?
I did not just see a complete and utter. I did not just see that. I could. Wow. Wow. Um, um, do we need to have like tic-tac-toe tournaments to see how well people can do on those now? Checkers, tic-tac-toe, chess, something? Oh dear God, my brain just hurt. Was she paid? Was she paid not to do it properly? Wow. Just, wow.
Isn't tic-tac-toe like a kid's game? Don't
Yeah.
children play this in, like, the grade school?
I don't think they do anymore. Their faces are too much.
Ain't that
Yeah.
right, Loki? I've fallen at work and been injured. Oh, wait. I should call my lawyer.
Give me a
Morgan,
second.
Largest in dollars. Able to take my pain and wait. How much is Morgan & Morgan win? Go to their website. Give me the script. Oh, both their last names. Okay, I get it. In the description.
Yeah, I had to go through that. I don't care for it.
Is.
No paid. No paid. Doggy?
Loki free. Bro,
Hey,
is
he
so
got beef
tuckered
jerky,
out
so
today.
he's
He is
happy.
Schnookered. Tired. But boy, howdy if he ain't cute.
True.
If
He ain't cute.
ain't he? One of the cutest to ever do it. Mr. Lokesters. If you guys haven't joined the Discord, please do. And share your pets. We have a Share Your Pets channel. And let me see
I have way too
what
many.
your little fur babies look like. Do you have a cat? Do you have a dog? Let me know in the
Mini,
comments right now. What do you guys
mini,
have? A cat?
meow, meow.
What's up, dog? What do you got? What do you have? I would like to know, mate. I would like to know. Goodness gracious, this kid back here eating this jerk. It's coming the 27th of this month. I ordered him a little throne It's also going to match a chair that I got cast for in here, for in the office. I wanted it to match. Let's be honest, it just looks better when it matches. Let's get back into this.
True.
How much are you making in your catering business?
About 400.
400 what?
Thousand.
I make 40,000 a year. Your Honor, I'm paying child support.
Okay, so that's why you're here. You're trying to get off child support.
Yeah, she wants an increase.
He live with you.
Yeah.
Dad should be the person receiving child support from you.
From me.
That's what I said.
That's what I
You
said.
should stop paying your child support.
What do you think he should do?
Pay me more.
Pay you more?
Yes.
Why
Pay you more.
Your son lives with him?
What?
You
That's my
stupid.
son.
Keep talking, I'm listening. I'm just taking down some notes.
I fed my kids. I wanted an increase in child support.
We are going to stop Dad's child support. You will stop
Yeah.
paying child support today. It brings your monthly obligation to $2,040 a month.
That's more than he was paying me.
He makes $40,000 a year.
The funny
Yeah.
thing is,
40 grand a year, and she wanted an increase, and she's making 400,000.
Oh my God. How delusional can you be? $400,000 a year. And you want somebody who's barely making a minimum wage job to, I'm sorry, basically pay twice the amount of money that they would make in a month. $2,000 a month is I didn't even make that much a month. I barely made $1,200 a month. Barely. So yeah, these companies don't want to give you full time. They want to make sure you're underneath full time. This has a lot to do with the damage from Obamacare. Obamacare damaged the job market considerably because of the way they did the whole insurance thing. It forced companies to start giving people less and less hours, hiring more people to get the same amount of work with less hours paid out, and people's incomes got hurt over the years, followed by inflation. Thanks to the pandemic and a lot of companies just shutting down past no longer being 24 hours anymore. So, not to including all the illegal immigration to the United States, which caused taxes to go up for a lot of people, and because of all that, inflation has had to go up because they made money machine go burr to pay for people. All right.
Boy, howdy the greed. Boy, I've heard of Apollo Creed, but what about Apollo Greed? That's crazy work, bro.
Ask for help.
I'm just making sure that you are not harassing guests.
Oh no, I paid the park.
Since you're not actually even coming in, then I think maybe you should go back to your car.
You stopped us as we were walking that way, so.
Go right ahead.
So you've already been told to leave?
Oh no, she no.
told you to go home.
No.
You're trespassing. You don't
Wait,
have it.
can I say my side real quick?
Go ahead.
I have it on camera too.
She told us that she told y'all
Yeah,
to
that's
go
not what she said.
She told y'all to go home.
I know, but we have proof.
She has authority to tell y'all to leave. You're probably not getting refunded for parking. Why would you? You paid for parking to come and.
Yeah, I paid to come harass.
She's not the only one that's told us that you put her
Worst case scenario, you can contact BNC Arena a different day and then talk.
I thank you for being cooperative and like being calm. I don't know why she was being mean like the other cop. Like we were just trying to like have a normal conversation.
Get out of here. We'll be done.
We got a far walk back to our car. It's on the all the way other side, like all over there. I mean, we'll walk it, but we'll be on the property for probably about 10, 15 minutes walking back.
Hey, you want to do a ride?
No, we don't give rides. No, we don't give rides. They can go walk to their car. We can follow them, but they're not getting a ride.
They can walk to their car, we can follow them. Goodness
Yeah.
gracious.
I'm pretty sure after this, she probably ended up getting fired.
Just give him a ride.
What the? What?
Why did you turn it off?
Because I don't know. Who is that? It's Travis Kelsey's girlfriend. Who? The tight end. Travis Kelsey's girlfriend? Well, you know, I know Travis Kelsey. Who's he dating?
What you're doing.
Taylor Swift. Taylor's.
Yeah, she's been all over Travis Kelce's TikTok lately.
Is she the party in the party in the USA one?
No, that's Miley Cyrus.
Is she the party in the USA one?
Oh yeah, but that Hannah Montana chick.
Yeah, Hannah Montana way better than Taylor
About
Swift.
to make her rage back there. Ooh. Bro, I always say this. I don't know what it is. Women that are in their late 20s, early 30s, if they have floral tattoos on their arms, just avoid them like the plague, bro.
Why does that sound so familiar?
Yeah, that song. She was big in country in like 2008.
Oh, dude, I thought she died.
Yeah, no.
Are you serious?
Look, she's what
I thought she died.
No, she's the Romeo something with the stupid the screen doors.
She's been on Travis Kelce's.
Screen door. Like, dude, I remember that. Yeah.
So literally, she's now trying to literally like chase clout with Travis Kelce.
She did the same thing with John Mayer.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. John Mayer.
Yes. What's the guy's name?
Jacob Jill.
No, Jake Gyllenhaal.
I'm Team Jake. Team Jake.
No, I have a girlfriend.
No, I have a girlfriend. I love it.
What she'll do.
What the hell? Where are you?
What is that? This dude must be related to the Tony LED sign guy. This dude's a savage.
Piano, and suddenly.
It sounded like she actually had an okay voice, though.
No, she really had a good voice.
When suddenly.
Girl looks like she working overtime at Hot Topic.
No, she has several different looks going on. She kind of looks like a Vicky Valancourt from Waterboy. She also probably looks like that psycho girl from the original Craft movie. And there's one other that's on the tip of my tongue that she looks like. That one girl from the girlfriend of My Cousin Vinny. She kind of looks like that a little bit too.
What is this fit? What is that?
Hello, not bad.
Look what she'll do.
He does this every time somebody walks up.
He said no.
I guess he's not coming back.
Public, bro. Just stop it. I love how he just gets up. It's so good.
Damn, that is just brutal, man. Just brutal.
Is this Thursday Adams? Good.
A Wednesday Adam look like.
What is that? You doing interpretive dance? What are you doing?
I have no idea. He's just like, the hell?
Watch.
Right. It's just so funny. Like, all these women want to be the main character and be like, I'm going to jump in. He said, please stop singing. Notice how it hasn't been a guy one time. This dude is a straight savage. Who is this guy? Who is this guy, bro?
Good question. I don't know either. What do you think?
Oh my god. That guy was good. That guy was good. Wow. But to end this episode, let's go back to the men's mental health thing. If you guys do have any issues, man, get in the Discord. Just give me one more day. Man. I know it's a random transition there to kind of go back into the sappiness, but give me one more day. And always remember this, man. Discipline is the highest form of self-love. If you feel like you're going through some hardship right now, feel like everything's not going your way and you're just loss after loss after loss, L after L after L, just think about it this way, man. One more day. Keep going. Consistency.
Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, 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 swim.
I'm an old fart. But I stayed true to the cause. I stayed true to my schedule, posted consistently. So if you just do something every day for a year, go to the gym, eat right, whatever it may be, nurture your relationships, nurture your friendships, every day for a year, man, you'll be in a much better spot. But you have to start today, and it's not too late. A lot of people thought like, you're starting a YouTube channel? Dude, you're in your 30s, bro. Just keep working your corporate job and just chill out. No. Don't let people tell you what to do. Fear is something that people want to slang around because they...
Well, I am in my 30s and I'm starting a YouTube channel.
Fearful like them.
I'm almost... I'm getting old.
If it's something that you feel on the inside and you're like, you know what, I should do this, I can do this, then do it. Pray about it. I don't know if you're religious, but pray about it. Ask the universe for it and it'll happen. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Loki, did you have a good time?
Apparently.
He's tired. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It was good to go. Ooh, good. Say it, Levi.
All right. All right, guys. That's everything for this episode. We'll go ahead and file away that video, and we'll see you next time. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and follow me on kick.com, X formerly known as Twitter, and twitch.com. Alright, guys. See you there for the live. Bye. Okay, so that's that. We'll go ahead and pull that away. This I'm just going to watch as random, just for,
money,
see what
status,
Admin Gold's reaction to this.
expensive cars. What is the ultimate male fantasy? Is it fame, fortune, 3 hot chicks at once? Hell
Good
yeah,
one.
brother. No,
Good
according
one.
to men on the internet, it's something a little more simple.
I haven't seen this.
This is literally just a fetish. I fucking hate men so much. Men are why we can't have nice things.
Bro, it's hose mad o'clock. How the fuck does this happen? Where do these people come from? Jesus!
We have no idea.
As I was working on an upcoming video, I made the terrible mistake of logging onto Twitter, where I saw this post.
Yeah,
A
it's a nice
montage
post.
from the anime Josie, the Tiger, and the Fish, a movie about a college student who's assigned to take care of a paraplegic girl, and spoiler, eventually they fall in love.
Wow.
Many men were yearn posting in the replies of this tweet and
Yeah.
talking about how they wish to fall in love and would love a relationship like this.
Sure,
While
obviously.
many others, mostly women, were absolutely f***ing disgusted at this. Why would a bunch of men be fantasizing
You've
about...
got to understand that the reason why a lot of girls are on the internet, like, this is something I came up with in my WoW guild, is that we had a really cute girl in our guild, and I said, okay, great, that's nice. And then my friend came up, he said, why do you think she's here? I said, what do you mean? He says, why do you think that there's no guy that's hanging out with her, that wants to be around her, if she's so hot? And I said, why? He says, because she's crazy. She nuts. That's why she's on this game all day. This girl stole gold out of the guild bank, and when I called her out on it, she said she was stealing it to see if I still cared about the guild.
Bullshit.
It was one of the craziest reads that I've ever heard in my life. So anytime I see somebody like that on the internet, I always think about that time.
Being with a woman in a wheelchair seems pretty creepy and predatory, right? Also, just unrealistic and problematic.
No, it's not predatory at all.
No, it
People in
isn't.
wheelchairs have absolute autonomy, and they get to make decisions for themselves.
Yeah, my
Entire idea.
my uncle was in a wheelchair, and so was my aunt. Two different relatives from two different sides of the family, but each side of the family had somebody that was in a wheelchair before they passed away. Negative side to being a paraplegic is that you can't feel your body whenever it has something wrong with it. That's as far as my uncle goes, and as far as my aunt goes, diabetes took her. She had only one leg at the time. Diabetes took her, and unfortunately, the medication that is used to revive people is something that she's allergic to, and that's what they gave her. They didn't get any information up onto anything that she's allergic to before trying that, and we ended up losing her. And sadly enough, she was the glue that was holding her entire family together. But I digress.
Idea that you can't consent to things in a wheelchair is infantilizing to people that are disabled. Even somebody who's quadriplegic and has to communicate through a mouthpiece is still a human being, and they still get to make decisions for themselves. That's yeah. It's not like they aren't people. Of course, they're people. And you see, like, the foundation of this is just so gross.
Well, in this video, we are going to be talking about why so many men resonated to that clip and this movie, and why so many people are so confused as to why. We are also going to be reading some absolutely unhinged tweets, as usual, to get to the bottom of why such a wholesome post turned into, once again, another battlefront for the ongoing, never-ending gender war.
It's women that have, like, all of the girls that go and they say this shit. It's just they have bad, like if you ask a girl that makes one of these posts and you go, how's your relationship with your dad? How's your uncle? How is your last boyfriend? Why did you and your first boyfriend break up? Those 4 questions will answer almost every single time the reason why they're making those bad posts. They will.
Women versus men, the male loneliness epidemic, the female loneliness epidemic, the dealing with
We're all very lonely, we're all very depressed.
Or curvy women, brunettes or blondes? Do women like dad bods or fit men? Do they like beards or clean shaven? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Let's quickly get into today's sponsor, Henson Shaving.
What is this?
You ever just accept that some products are just garbage? Like, for years, I thought ripping your tights on the first wear was just a part of being a human woman. We just accepted that. That's just how it is, sweetie. But that shouldn't be how it is. It's a bad design. And that's why I like Henson Shaving. Because if you've ever used a multi-blade razor, you're probably sick of the irritation, the razor burn, the overpriced blades, and you probably think,
yeah, I do that a lot, bro. Like, I could shave in a minute. Now, there'd be blood everywhere, but I could do it.
That's just the way it is.
Sometimes that's the cost.
But it doesn't have to be how it is. Thanks to Henson Shaving. Henson Shaving is on a mission to improve shaving, with no gimmicky subscriptions or moisturizing strips, but with real innovation and a focus on your skin's health. What really sets Henson apart is their engineering, with their Henson AL13 safety razor being manufactured in an aerospace machine shop that built parts for the International Space Station.
Wait, so you're what the?
This precision allows the blade to extend just 1/1000th of an inch beyond the shave plane, less than the thickness of a human hair. The razor prevents any bouncing or skipping, resulting in an irritation-free shave every time. And here's the best part. Once you invest in a Henson razor, it's a lifetime purchase. The only thing you'll need to replace are the blades, which literally cost only 10 cents each. So once you own the razor, you'll be spending like $3 to $5 on blades, compared to the ongoing cost.
It's actually a good deal. I'll be real, it is a good deal.
Buying expensive plastic cartridges. Henson's store offers a variety of colors and even a titanium version, so you can pick the razor that best fits your style. So if you're tired of razor burn and overpaying for blades, now is the time to make the switch. Just head over to hensonshaving.com/shoe and add both a Henson razor and the 100 blades to your car, and then enter code SHOE at checkout to get the 100 blades for free with your purchase. Your skin, your wallet, and your environment will thank you.
Damn.
Big thanks to Henson Razor for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. You didn't skip the ad, right? Now let's get
Yeah, I didn't even know that. Damn,
Now,
porn.
I am
It's $100. I don't know how much it is. I didn't even notice.
not an anime connoisseur.
Yeah, about $90 plus, you know, the razor blades, which are basic razor blades.
In fact, I basically know nothing about anime. I am probably the most tourist of all the tourists. Yeah, hi. I have a question. Was the upskirt shot necessary in order to advance the plot?
Yes.
Yes.
I watched Pokemon and Sailor Moon when I was a kid, and a few years ago I watched Beastars on Netflix. Legoshi, best boy. Not
Yes,
certain.
yes, he is.
And honestly, that's about it for my anime consumption. Unless you're counting VTubers. If you're counting VTubers, I watch a lot of anime.
Oh,
but because of this clip going viral,
Really?
I watched Josie the Tiger and the Fish, and, well, I thought it was a good movie. I recommend watching it. I thought it was a really cute...
Oh, come on, Asmongold. Don't act that way about VTubers. Your waifu, Kirsha, is gonna be so... Your Kirshi waifu is just gonna be so heartbroken on that one.
Good story. I only cried a little bit. And I completely understood what the tweet meant by calling it the average male fantasy. So, what was wrong with it? Why did this clip go so viral
Because women go and they look at that clip and then they impose their own personal unresolved trauma onto the clip and they have to let it out, and so they're on Twitter and that's what they do. That's the reason why. I'll tell you, that's what it is.
Thousands of people angry at this post. Well, let us dilly-dally no longer and read some of these angry replies to get a better understanding of what the issue is, shall we? Wholesome male fantasy, and it's fetishizing a disabled girl for him to control. Oh.
Oh, no.
What the hell do you mean?
Oh, God.
Really?
Why? Always
That's
vulnerable,
nasty.
Yeah.
always happy, always
Unfortunately,
easy.
that's the way they think.
So what is this always happy? Like, what do you think, a guy wants to date a bitch? Like, absolutely not. They don't want to date. This is the thing. Like, have you ever been around, like, one of these girls that, like, every time, like, there's always something wrong. There's always some sort of issue, some unresolved, like, complaint. There's something that happens, right? Always angry. Jesus, bro. There's some people that find the good in the bad, and there's some people that find the bad in the good. That's these people right here.
Be perverted. Where are these fan fictions coming from? There were like hundreds of tweets just like this.
Simple. Her bad experience with her boyfriend in senior year of high school. That's where they're coming from.
Why did they see a cute montage
very
of a
simple.
happy couple, a man and a woman happy together? I know, unheard of. Why did they see that and then immediately come to these conclusions? Like, as someone who actually watched the movie, Josie is not always happy, and she's absolutely not portrayed as some, like, vulnerable, ooh-woo, sex doll waifu. She's boisterous, she kind of has a foul mouth, she's very sassy and headstrong. She, like, straight up calls him her
Headstrong and take you on.
She's also very depressed. She basically never left her house. She was basically a girl failure. As a former girl failure, I love to see representation in media. But they actually show her disability, like,
I'm just a
not
failure
in good way.
failure.
Like, they don't romanticize it, they don't sugarcoat it. And I noticed, unlike a lot of movies, unlike a lot of romance movies, at least like the Hallmark kind, where it's like the stuffy male lead learning to live life from the quirky, cute female lead. He's already got his shit together. And she learns to live life from him. He encourages her to live her dreams. And in return, he learns to live life in a completely different way.
See, people like this. This is the reason. This is why media sucks now in like Western media, and especially American media, is that every form of Western media is some type of lecture. It's some type of propaganda. It's some type of angle or something like that. Bro, that shit drives me crazy. Oh
I don't
God.
blame you. It drives me crazy too.
I thought that was really cool and sweet. Also, the animation was really good. Is anime good? Have I been sleeping on anime this entire time?
I did the same thing. I quit watching anime after my friend made me watch some bullshit anime, and I didn't come back until I saw Berserk. And then I thought to myself, maybe I don't have to watch anime that's in a high school. That shit's cringe. But I did watch Dan to Dan, and that was very good too. So, you know, I'm a little bit more reasonable now. But I stopped watching anime for 10 years because of that.
See, is that
I'm giving up on anime
disabled
because it's all
helplessly dependent
one
on him,
note.
but can still make him a sandwich. Sounds about right.
What are you talking
Wow.
What do you mean?
Oh my god, after watching the movie, these tweets are even more insane. But even putting the movie aside, just seeing that like cute montage out of context.
Making a
where
sandwich.
The fuck are they getting this? These are very clearly just two happy people. But because the caption was the average male fantasy, their mind immediately goes to the darkest, worst faith interpretation of this.
That's
the problem
right.
Is these people can't see any humanity in men. They can't see any humanity in humanity.
Because they hate men. That's the reason why. Like, everybody is like, why do people believe this dumb thing? Because they're dumb. That's the reason why. It's not complicated.
In general, average male fantasy equals girlfriend with no agency who's completely physically dependent.
You know what my favorite part about all these comments is the implicit assumption that disabled people are just these like invalid dolls that just get pushed around by somebody else with a mission. Like, really, like, it's just, yeah, like, they're not even people. Like, drones, yes.
On you and forced into blanket subservience and compliance. Sounds
What?
about right. You males are weird for fetishizing physically disabled women. Average male fantasy is having a physically disabled girl that they can abuse however they want. Got it.
Not to be that guy. I'm gonna be that guy. The infantilization
hell you
of
mean?
the physically disabled here is a little, dare I say, ableist.
Yeah, exactly.
The implication here that people in wheelchairs cannot find love, and if they do, the person who loves
It's a
them
power
literally
dynamic.
just loves them
Yep.
because they can't run away. Weird.
Average men can't even be nice to their healthy and normal girlfriend. What makes you think they'll be able to handle disabled person as
Guaranteed she got broke up with. Guaranteed. Bro, that's exactly what happened. Like, some dude broke up with her, and that's the thing. It's the same reason. Like, have you ever noticed like all the girls that complain about men playing video games are obnoxious and annoying? Well, the reason why is because if you're a high-value girl, your boyfriend is going to put down video games, and he will spend time with you all the time. Have you guys ever had this happen? Where, like, you were in a relationship, hopefully you still are, with a girl that's great, and, like, anytime that she would want something, you would stop playing the game and spend time with her. But then also, you've been in a relationship when you're like, okay, is it, fuck, it's time for my daily quests.
Yeah, quest.
Yeah, no, I'm playing a game right now. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, and the reason why is because, again, the reason why these girls hate video games is because they're less interesting than video games. And video games beat them out.
their lover.
Whoa.
Yep.
Normal? What do you mean by
What do you mean by
normal?
normal?
These people are just so ableist, chat. Can you believe it? Chat?
Chat? I don't even live stream. Who's chat?
I'm
It's a live
disabled, blind. So I showed this to my boyfriend. He says, I love you because you're you. And you
Still
have to
curious
be
on how the
here."
blind part is. he caught on to it.
Then how did you know what it was? Text-to-speech? But this isn't text, it's a video.
So what if I have to drive you places or help you with cooking and cleaning? I would have done that anyway. Disability has nothing to do with it. I love you.
Ma'am, I don't know how to tell you this, but, your boyfriend is a rapist.
Sorry you had to find out this way. You show this as fantasy because it's not true for the majority of men who participate in abuse of disabled people. No.
How does this have 1,000 likes? What the hell do you mean? So blind people watch movies, use computers. It's 2025, bro. You're right. Oh, 100%. You lost 100% of your sight. Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. That's true.
Yeah.
An abuse of disabled people. No, the fantasy is
Yeah,
that the
legally
man
blind,
appreciates his
probably.
efforts to make her happy.
Yeah.
Stop lying and abusing women and the disabled.
Oh, jeez.
your meds, schizo. You don't even know that fucking guy. What do you mean stop abusing women and the disabled?
Bro, you know, somebody said that this is like, these comments are actually just them arguing with their ex. And I love that. I think that's so true.
Bitch, who are you? Also, the majority of men participate in abuse of disabled people.
The majority, most.
Are you okay?
What?
The majority of men are not abusers. That is a very, very small minority of men.
Crazy.
The majority of men are men that just wake up, take a shit, get out of bed, take a shower, go to work, come home, and wait for GTA 6 to come out.
What do you mean work?
That is the majority of men.
What do you mean work?
Men commit 95% of all rape, but okay.
I don't know.
What?
Barging into the romance section of Barnes & Noble like, attention everyone!
Men are bad.
Where is that coming
the majority?
from?
Yeah.
So close. This is fetish content.
Ah yes, the dirtiest,
Oh,
most
God.
taboo of all fetishes. A happy relationship. Honestly, in 2025...
For a lot of people nowadays, it is. Because that makes them fucking furious.
That might be true. Oh,
Yeah.
you want a wife and kids? You sick fuck. But this is literally just a perverted fantasy, LMAO. You think it's a perverted fantasy because... How do I put this nicely? You are
You
a
are a
pervert.
pervert.
Literally seeing a cute montage of a male and female character having fun together, being in love together, and being like, rape! He's a rapist! This is a fetish! Are these people okay? Stop watching porn!
No, they're not. They're making video games and fucking up media, though. That's the problem. Is that these are the kinds of people that go into your favorite video games and add a self-insert of themselves. And here's the problem with that, is that we play video games to get away from them.
That's so
I
true.
explicitly play video games to get away from those people. And then they worm their way into the video game, and I have to deal with them in the game, and there's no PvP in the game either, so I've got to fucking deal with it.
Wait,
Player
this is a
versus
woman.
player? No.
Okay, stop reading Taken by the Werewolf Billionaire.
Oh, God.
Or whatever the
Oh,
fuck
no.
you read. I swear to God, some of the shit women read would make the most depraved internet gooner blush.
Yeah, it's weird.
Or so I've been told. This is literally just a fetish.
I thought she
Okay,
said she
listen,
wasn't
I'm not
furry.
gonna pretend there's nobody out there who's like, she can't run away, she has no legs. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend there's nobody out there who has a crippled, disabled fetish, okay? I've been on the internet for
Well, no, it gets even better than that. Don't forget, y'all remember about that that girl that gave herself an AI face filter to have Down syndrome, and she
Oh,
did an
yeah.
OnlyFans, and she made like $100,000.
Dear God, that was... I heard about it.
Some real dark shit. That's some of that real. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's the real bad shit there.
20 years. I've been on DeviantArt. I've seen shit you wouldn't believe. But the majority of
thousands now
people,
at work, yeah.
probably most, if not all the people responding to this, do not have a cripple fetish,
That's
okay?
wild.
In fact, her being in a wheelchair basically has nothing to do with it. Much like how females coom over, like, vampires or, like I said before, the billionaire werewolf fantasy. This is just the average male fantasy distilled down to its most extreme. So what is the average male fantasy? The average male fantasy is the fantasy of both men and women alike. It is simply to love and to be loved. But more specifically, the male fantasy is to be a protector and a provider for those that they love. Put a pin—
It's crazy how like so many teenagers think that they can reinvent this every like 5 years, and they'll go on the internet and start some new cause to try to like reinvent gender roles. Like, oh, I just discovered this, and I actually, you know what? I have a totally different view of the world, and I think that everybody else was wrong except for me. I just grabbed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, everybody knows who they are until they get on the internet and other people are just yelling in their ear, telling them, no, you're this, no, you're that, nya, 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 nya. type of deal. It's just. I swear, sometimes you just gotta question whether or not somebody's intelligence level is great or just completely wrong. You know? I don't know. Is it?
Graduated high school, so you know I'm really smart.
In this because we are going to come back to this in a big way.
This would have never happened. See, this would never happen if you sent those kids to the coal mines. It would never happen. Always keep that in mind.
Trust me.
Yeah, this would have never happened if Trump was president.
The average male fantasy is that a woman who isn't fat.
It's touching in my blood this moment.
You know, I mean, shit.
I mean, they're not wrong.
The average male fantasy is actually job security. You know what? These guys may have a point here. Pedophile alert. Men want disabled child wives. Average male fantasy is a disabled child. More proof that men are pedos. That's a little girl. This is weird. What? So, first of all, she's literally older than the guy. The guy is 22 and she is 24. In anime years, he is practically
he's 50.
Maxing. And yes, she may be physically disabled, but aren't all men mentally disabled in their own special way? At least the ones in my audience.
I don't know. Why?
The older woman is taking
I'm actually the only person who isn't mentally disabled. Everybody else is.
Advantage of this sensitive young man. Have you ever thought of that?
Yeah.
She looks like an 11-year-old child. Where are her breasts?
Guaranteed that's a fatty. Guaranteed. You know that's a certified hog. I could bet $1 million on that, bro. That's a hog take, absolutely.
First of all, really weird way to say that. She looks like a child.
You see a lot of there's a lot of fat chicks that make fun of thin girls for having smaller boobs, and or like anything like that. Like you see this constantly. And it's like, yeah, obviously, like, yeah, of course you're going to have, like, I mean, you're like 350 pounds, right? Hog take? No, I mean, but it is, though, right? It is.
Yeah. Close enough.
Show me her titties. Also, I love how, like, when anime women have huge boobs, it's disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. You're either making gooner content or you are making content that looks like kids. Sure. Yeah, so maybe it's just these people don't like it.
Possibility.
Or whatever. But if the anime woman has small boobs, she is a child and you're a chimo. Can't fucking win. Also, if she had big boobs, they'd absolutely be like, wow, look at this sexualization.
Yeah, it would just be something else.
Of the disabled. Also, you know, like, adult women can be flat-chested, right? Like, that actually exists in real life. Like, adult human women.
I know, it's very unfortunate. I've had to come to terms with this myself.
Right.
Can have small boobs.
Yeah.
We love all titties here on the Shoe on Head channel. All titties is good titties.
I know.
End of story. Women fantasy. A boyfriend with depth.
It's true.
And a loving, soft, deeply caring side of them. Men's fantasy. 12-year-old anime girl who looks and speaks like a toddler. Also notice how she's literally the shape and size of a child.
Oh my
god. Have you people ever seen a child? No. You're all child.
Don't ask that.
Childless.
Yeah.
Silly me.
I think that actually a lot of them are kids themselves. They're probably 14-year-olds. So you have to keep in mind that a good percentage of the opinions that you've read recently about the war in Iran have been crafted by preteens.
You don't know.
You have probably read a 12-year-old's opinion about the war in Iran in the last week, and you might not even know it. Think about how terrifying that is. Yeah.
Right?
She's not even that short. She's just sitting. See, like when they're laying side by side, she's like a full-grown adult woman. Why do these people look at this and immediately think of child rape? Go to therapy. And listen, I know with anime it can get a little weird, right? Like, excuse me, Poo Poo Pee Pee Chan is 2,000 years old and
well, that's the problem, right?
This is Poo Poo Pee Pee Chan.
Yeah.
But this does not even look
that's
like...
the issue, is that, like, there is weird stuff in anime, but when these people constantly try to, like, muddy the waters and say that any time that a character doesn't have ridiculous curvy proportions that it's automatically like some sort of like weird thing, you water it down. And like now nobody takes it seriously.
Like a child. This looks like a cute woman. This is like a random rant, but I feel like there are no more cute women nowadays. You know what I mean? You have all like the Insta baddies, the e-thoughts, the e-girls, the muscle mommies, the boss babes, the boy babes. But I feel like every woman is just hot now. Which, by the way, I don't think it work. And you think about her for 40 years until the day you die. That's how it used to be. That's how it should be.
Well, now the best part about it on Instagram now is they're not even girls. It's some AI-generated girl. And it's a bunch of guys that are like responding.
Are you
to
sure
her
they're
in
even
some
girls?
foreign language, and like you press Google Translate, and it says, "Please come and live on my farm." You know, like that's it. Y'all notice that?
Every woman is like a crazy, hot, unobtainable Instagram goddess with the fattest of ass. Zoomers don't know how good we had it. You'd go to Blockbuster, and the 21-year-old cashier behind the counter would be the most adorable woman you've ever seen. No Botox, no lip filler, just a pure soul, full of joy and whimsy. And now women are full of hate and SSRIs. But they're hot. They're hotter than they've ever been. They're hotter and more depressed.
Are women hotter now? I mean, I feel like I don't know. I'd really have to think about that. Like, cause it's so hard to say. I mean, like maybe in some places, but not really. Like this is the problem, and she not really talking about this, but somebody got to say it. OnlyFans and like content creation and all this kind of stuff did irreparable damage to men, because like now, the thing is like every really pretty girl, there's a high probability that she's on OnlyFans or making Instagram stuff, or she's a model on the internet or something like that. And so, like, what happens is that you have all these girls, like, back in the day, you know, you used to be able to go there and see, like, a 9 or a 10. Well, now all those 9s and 10s are on the internet making more money. So the issue is that you have, like, it's not ho-flation, it's ho-deflation. And so, like, now, a lot of those, like, really high-tier hot girls, you don't see them in public anymore. That's the issue. The tents are in Dubai. Yeah, exactly, right? And so that's it. And so it's gone down.
Than they've ever been in history.
Yep.
Sad.
Disagree?
What were we talking about?
No, it's just logical. It's perfectly logical. It's a whole recession, is what I'm saying.
I didn't take my Vyvanse today, could you tell? Men's fantasy. A big titty woman with the face of a 16-year-old that is useful for cooking, cleaning, and sex. Women's fantasy. Gets treated like a queen and a man who keeps tracks of our periods so he can take care of us.
Ew, just so gross.
Bold of her to say man. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Sure. I think I speak for a lot of women here when I say our fantasies do not, in fact, include men tracking our periods. Personally, if my husband was like, honey, just a reminder, you're in your luteal phase, I'm taking the kids. Men like to pretend they want this, and then they beat their wife when dinner isn't ready, or their son when he's misbehaving.
Bro, just call your dad. Just stop it. Come on, you've got to move past this. Jesus. Unresolved personal trauma. Again.
First of all, I'm sorry that happened to you. But there are in fact good men out there. I've seen them. Some may be in this very audience. Keep a straight face. This is the shoe on head audience. You're all gremlins. Male fantasy equals a woman that can't run away from him. A woman that's dependent on him. Interesting.
What's wrong with wanting to support your wife? That's what we did for like fucking 4,000 years. What do you think? You have a better idea? You want to go work in the HR department instead of having kids? Okay. You get 4 cats. Go ahead. You'd be that great. Live your life. You do you.
When men are involved, it's basic survival instinct to assume the worst. Men are guilty until they prove themselves innocent. You know?
Yeah, that's the way they always think is innocent. It's guilty before innocence.
Dude, every single one of these, it's just fucking, it's weaponized mental illness. Schizotech? I know, it's insane, isn't it?
Innocent. You know what? I take my opinions back on free speech. I changed my mind.
Yeah.
No more free speech.
This is what I was saying about voting. We've got to stop voting. We've got to figure out a way to turn that off. Like, I think that we have, like, because it says in the amendment, right, that everybody has a right to vote, but it never said in the amendment that everybody has a right to have their vote counted. I think that we can work on that.
Well, that's actually dangerous territory, if you ask me.
Until you bitches learn
Because depending on who's in power depends upon to who they believe has the right to vote and who has the right to speak. Although the fact of the matter is, citizens should have the right to vote, and those, and probably something similar to what Temple says. It's what was it? Service equals your ability to contribute to society. Something like that. Basically, as long as you are contributing to society, you basically get a chance to vote. Basically, you have to be a working member of society to vote. Minimalistic, you have to be a working member of society and be a United States citizen to vote. That is the minimum requirement.
behave. A woman's fantasy is a man who won't rape her, and a man's fantasy is raping a woman.
Oh, and they have to be working for at least a couple years before being eligible to vote. Or at least had several different jobs. Not several different, at least within the past few years, that if they are unable to hold down a job, at least show that they are able to commit to a job for at least a year or 6 months to a year or something like that. More than once.
A woman.
What? Oh my god! Damn, bitch! Take your fucking meds! That's going to... Oh my god!
Woman. I'm sorry, where is the rape,
What?
ma'am? Maybe that's how you see it, because you're brainwashed to hate men. So true. I hate how... But in reality, women are the real demons here. Oh, goddamn.
That's right.
We just want a happy relationship. Is it so much to ask for?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it is. Oh, look, more misogynistic gooner fantasy slop written by misogynistic gooner men. This is why 70% of anime is garbage.
I really, honestly, she's so nice for, like, not including these people's profiles. You guys know for me, I will just put somebody on blast, bro. I will pull up their profile. I will look at, like, old tweets they've made about, like, you know, their mental health in 2021. Like, bro, like, I will go all the way. This is what I used to love to do on Facebook, right? It's like anytime that somebody would be mean to me on Facebook, I would just open up their profile picture and I would just read their biography and I would immediately not care what they said. I would be like, oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
So, here's the thing, that, misogynistic...
You always go scorched earth? Yeah, of course.
Gooner fantasy slop written by misogynistic gooner men was actually written by Saiko Tanabe, a woman.
Oh.
A woman wrote this story.
That's right.
And I feel like a very important detail everyone is sleeping on when they covered this was the fact that this is very much the female fantasy as well. A man loving you for who you are despite your flaws, literally sweeping you off your feet and carrying you around on adventures, helping you live out your dreams, face your fears, and supporting you through the good and bad times. You're going to sit here and tell me that's not the female fantasy too? Is this not the...
No, the female fantasy is some weird fucking distorted thing that... And again, the reason why, and maybe this is gonna sound sexist, and, you know, welcome to the show, but, have you guys ever noticed that I think in a lot of these, like, female romance things, it's always, like, this narcissistic thing where the guy has everything that he needs, but for some reason he also needs you, and he has to change or reorient his life or make some sort of big commitment to you because, you know, you're so important. Right? I mean, it's always playing into those games,
Didn't mean
right?
to get your tail. You don't like it. You
Wow.
don't like
What
it.
are the odds?
Your positive.
Basic female fantasy?
Back positive.
Is this
Your
not
The Man and the
the
Bear? Well, in those books, it's the same thing.
knight in shining armor coming to rescue you and falling in love with you? Why on earth are so many women so mad at this? Are men now the hopeless romantics? Are men now the ones yearning for a fairy tale romance? Is this why all the Disney remakes are like, she's not gonna be saved by the prince, she's a strong, independent woman? Meanwhile, men still want to be the prince, men still want to be the knight in shining armor. Men are like,
well, the problem is that this is it's always weird for me to see people's teeth. It's crazy how many of them somebody's supposed to have. That's a lot.
I will save you from your monotonous 9-to-5 job. I will give you a house and babies.
You believe that?
And women are like, no, I must be an actuarial consultant. Be gone, vile misogynist. Is that what is occurring here? Also, that aside, there literally is a gender-swapped version of this story called Perfect World. It is a manga. Mango? Oh, no. Do not come for me, weebs. Men will statistically leave their wives and partners the moment they find out they're disabled or have a life-threatening
I'm just listening to this.
You're
This
right,
is just
it is
basically
a
background
fantasy.
noise while I'm dealing with something else.
What was his name? Just tell us. What did you have?
Actually, that study was debunked by the authors themselves, who admitted they did the math wrong. It's actually not much higher, but then again, even if it was, and it happens, I've seen it happen to people, it's terrible. Marriage should be through sickness and through health, but that's not really the point here. And the fact that so many people are focusing on the wheelchair part of this just proves that they just don't get it. The ones of pure mind and pure soul get it. But these fucking semen demons out here, they don't get it.
These are the same ones that, like, they get really mad about Freerin because Freerin kills demons.
What's your point?
If you're the kind of person that, like, you're watching Freerin and you keep being like, yeah, this demon really reminds me of myself.
You have issues.
I think you might have a problem.
I agree. You might have a
The
problem.
amount of people in comments who just don't get that men want a cute, loving girlfriend is beyond me. They call them creeps for wanting actual love and not a girl boss who only wants your money.
Yeah.
Ah, thank you. A sane person.
She's a VTuber.
Hopefully the replies aren't full of people calling her a pick-me. Pick-me alert. Least obvious pick.
Pick me.
Oh God, pick me.
You
is
don't know
the
anything about
female version of
Scooch-Chan.
simp.
Pick me. Me. Pick me, please. Hope he picks you, sis.
Why would a
Yeah.
girl also not want to be picked? Also, I don't even understand this.
I don't think
Like,
anybody
I don't get
understands
this.
it.
Like, wouldn't you want a guy that you like to pick you? And on the opposite thing, you want to find a wife or a girlfriend that's worth simping for. That's the whole point. Again, unresolved personal trauma. Every single time.
Pick me.
Yep.
An incel could have written this.
They're jealous? Yes.
Why are some
Yes,
VTubers
so
like
jealous.
pick-me's or racist? You mean why?
Because they follow my stream. I don't know why so many VTubers like me, but that's the reason.
Do so many female VTubers?
The hot
This
food
is the home
material?
base
I
of
don't know.
racism.
You? Why so many aren't towing the mainstream liberal feminist NPC line?
Yes.
Because they can. See, the most powerful weapon women have against other women
Let's see.
is social ostracization.
That's
You don't
right.
want to be
That's what
seen
they
as a
do.
pick-me or a racist, so you keep your mouth shut in order to survive in female social circles. But in the cases of VTubers, virtual YouTubers, they're basically anonymous. They can say anything they want. They're basically wearing a mask. They're free from
Well,
the...
it's also because they're the majority of people I think that watch VTubers are guys, right? I mean, like, I don't know, but, like, I bet it's probably an 80-20 at least, probably more than that. And so, like, if you have an audience of guys, I mean, really, like, if you are at a steakhouse, you want to make steaks, right? And so if you are, you know, you've got a male audience, well, you're going to do and make things for men, like not makeup tutorials, obviously, right?
The chains of the eternal HR
95.5. I was trying to be generous, okay? I'm trying to be a nice guy.
Because they still get doxxed for simply not hating men.
Oh, I remember her.
Lovely. Maybe I should save this rant for a different video someday. Moving on. Men are why we can't have nice things, by the way. First of all,
I can guarantee you that her list of nice things are all things made by men.
Yeah.
Men
Should the great and powerful
things.
No Pony just give you some attention?
Of course they do. Yeah.
The great.
Also, I just realized.
Or you
it
just
was a
want to gnaw
man
on my
saying
fingers
that.
again?
It was a whole ass man saying men are why we can't have nice things. I don't deserve this trophy. This is for you, sir. This
Well,
is for
they
you.
do that in order to get girls. That's the reason why. There's plenty of guys that do that. They'll, you know, get into the self-depreciation in order. It's a mating technique.
I'm not
it doesn't work,
Listen,
but
I
you
make
know,
women jokes.
they try to
I'm
do
very
it.
critical of feminism and propaganda aimed at women. But you will never catch me in a million years saying some like women are why we can't have nice things. I have a mom. I have female family
That's for me.
members. I have female friends. Maybe one day I'll have a daughter. Women make the world a beautiful place, and like men, can be flawed and deserve criticism like anyone else. But there's
That's
something.
one of my favorite things is that every time a girl does something wrong and somebody says you're wrong for doing that, people go and they're like, wow, why do you hate women? What? What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Genuinely so cucked about people who put down their own gender or
You seen
race.
that?
Oh god, race. Self-hating white people. Don't get me started on self-hating white people.
They're
White people are
everywhere.
So evil. I hate being white. White people can't dance. White people food.
I love saying bad things about white people. I would be way more racist if I could, but I can't. And so but the one socially acceptable part of being racist is I can at least be racist to white people because I'm white. I do as much as I can, guys. Okay? I do as much as I possibly can.
So gross. You're not
Probably
getting
a
into
little bit too
Wakanda, bro.
much.
You're not getting invited to the cookout.
Yep.
Enough. But yeah, women were not the only ones who had a problem with this. There were a lot of men who didn't quite relate to this being the average male fantasy. It's fine to love the disabled. I didn't need to remind you that. But you glorify it? This anime is certainly Marxist propaganda. The movie is about
What?
about him taking a job as her
What?
caretaker, and when he learns of her dreams, he makes it his mission to help her dreams come true. So it is Marxist propaganda to help a disabled person pursue their dreams? Yeah, it's woven in. Empathy is the target of propaganda. Marxism is
Probably 2 high school students. Really? Like, I honestly think that social media would be so much better if it told you how old the person is that's making the post. That's all I need to know. Actually, no, 2 things. How old they are and how much they weigh. That's all I need to know. And if I see like a 14,400, I don't even read it. Yep, I don't even read it. I don't want to hear. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hear that, man.
I understand.
Just scroll.
when girl in wheelchair. I love this. Empathy is the target of propaganda.
Yeah.
Every piece of media that makes you feel empathy is communism. Political brain rot. If you're at the point where you see this and you're thinking of communism, you need to log off.
Yeah.
You are unwell. I'm sorry, but when I reproduce, I don't want a high probability of my offspring being mentally or physically retarded.
What?
We need a better class of incels whose bar is higher than the retarded.
Jesus.
She's not retarded, she has a spinal injury that's not genetic. Also, what is this LARP? I love how everyone is just kind of having like a normal conversation about this clip,
Yeah.
and this guy just comes out of nowhere like, I would never put my pure white seed in such a vile creature.
Yeah, bro,
Like,
a eugenics enjoyer.
absolutely know this guy has a
Oh,
non-white
yeah.
girlfriend. They all do. All these, like, I hate white people women always have white boyfriends. All these, I hate non-white people boys always have non-white girlfriends. I don't know
Yep.
what it is, but I've seen it Too many times. I guarantee you when this man logs off of his Black Sun Roman statue Twitter account, he's clapping Latina booty cheeks. My fantasy is
I've got a feeling he's not.
not being a simp, but okay. Fellas,
Yeah.
is it simping to love a woman?
Yeah, I got a feeling
this is
he's
not. The male
not.
fantasy. That man is a beta male. If she wasn't in a wheelchair, she would leave him for Chad.
Oh God, not this again. Oh Jesus. Basically, every single one of my friends that I've grown up with is either married or has a kid. And so, not every single one of my friends are Chads. Like, this is just like, it's just bullshit. It's just total bullshit. Go to Walmart. You're gonna see plenty of guys with their wife and kids, and it's just two average people. That's it. It's insane. Remember what I told you guys. I remember what I said. All of our problems in society come from two groups of people: Karens and incels. There it is. That's it. That's all the problems.
Fellas, is it beta to love a woman? This is not my fantasy. This is some gay shit, to be honest. Fellas,
Oh, cool. Game Boy Pocket has
he does
dropped
to a
in price.
Jesus Christ.
Brother, I've seen what pussy does.
$44.95. That's
It's
not
far
bad.
worse.
Yeah.
The average male fantasy is taking care of their crippled wife. I don't think I've ever had that fantasy
Jesus
before.
Christ, bro, like, this is a what would you do if you didn't have breakfast today level opinion. You're like literally unable to like process anything beyond, like, again, this is probably a 15-year-old.
I thought it was going to be about
Yeah.
going on some quest to kill the dragon to win the princess or something.
Sure.
It is. That is the average male fantasy.
Yeah.
But there are no dragons to slay. There are no princesses to save.
That's right.
But there is that little old lady in the grocery store who can't quite reach that top shelf. There's that
Bandliners
heavy
from the internet?
bouncy pretty girl you work with can't quite lift herself. There's that jar of tomato sauce your wife can't quite open. There's that Lego set your little son can't quite put together himself. Or there is this paraplegic
Or
girl who
niece or
wants to see
something.
the ocean. This
That's
is
nice.
the princess and the dragon story.
Or
And despite what many are
relative.
told, men do have a lot of love to give. And they want
do
some
love
kind
putting
of
together,
excuse
Lego
or
sets
mechanism to
when
show
I have
them.
The thing is that if you're one of these girls and every guy that you're dating turns out to be an awful person, if you're the common denominator in all of these bad interactions,
Yeah, I wonder.
At love. In a world where men
Yeah.
expressing themselves is either seen as toxic or gay.
That's
And one
right.
way of expressing that love is solving problems.
Uh-oh.
Men fucking love solving problems. I don't know what it is. They also love reading Wikipedia articles. The amount of times I walked over and my husband is reading a random fucking Wikipedia article about like the world's tallest buildings or like a random battle in World War II. I didn't know if this was autism or what, but apparently it's a man thing. Anyway, yes, men love solving problems. And in a world that makes them feel useless, makes them feel like they have no purpose, men desperately feel like they need to prove their worth.
That's why all guys play video games, by the way. It's because young guys don't have anything that they can do that gives them any sense of self-worth. So, like, if you're like 18, you're basically a retarded loser that you're level 18, right? I mean, you can't do anything. Maybe you can get into a Dead Minds group, maybe not. The fact is, like, nobody wants to deal with you. Nobody cares about you. You're an idiot. And so, like, that's the reason why guys go to video games, is because it gives them an even playing field that they can exist on and still feel good about themselves with. That's the reason why.
Even those levels
No,
are
I'm
getting
telling
harder
you,
and
like,
harder to
that's actually true.
feel.
And I think that's why a lot of young guys care so much about gaming, and they like, you know, hate pay to win, right, and stuff like that, is because it destroys the fantasy. Yeah.
Desperately looking for a purpose in life. So it is not at all shocking to me that the modern young man is seeing a clip like this and longing for this. A lot of modern men don't have a chance to prove themselves, to make something of their lives. They don't have a chance to provide anything for anyone because they don't have anything to provide and they don't have anyone. They are doing everything their grandfathers did, but seeing none of the results.
In my opinion, I actually think that, like, I mean, yeah, guys have problems in their lives, but I think that the majority of people that have issues, generally it comes from themselves. Like, I always have the viewpoint that every problem that I encounter is my fault, and that's where I start from. And then I kind of work backwards from that to decide whether it actually is my fault or not. But, like, my default is assuming that it's actually my fault that this situation happens. But she is right that I think that guys nowadays, like, I think that men don't have any real level of, like, intrinsic, like, respect in a lot of cases. And that's not something that maybe men should necessarily deserve. But I think that society now has tried to maintain the privileges of women while eroding the privileges of men. And so, for example, men are still expected to do certain chivalrous things, but women aren't expected to reciprocate that in a way that a woman would. And I think that's really the problem. And again, this is who causes that problem? Karens. That's right. Karens caused that problem. And so Karens cause this problem and they make everything worse. And so gender dynamic shift, yes, exactly. And so, like, giving up the seat earlier, yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I have the viewpoint, like, I'm very much a traditional kind of guy, you know, and I would give up my seat for a woman for sure. It would not even, I wouldn't even think about it. But the difference is that, like, a lot of guys, I think they have a level of resentment about this because they view this as being unfair. I wouldn't. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, just you do whatever you want to do, right? I mean, that's all.
Are lost. What can they provide? And as I said earlier, her being in a wheelchair is the protector and provider instinct taken to a extreme. And yes, it is a fantasy, considering if you ask anyone who's actually in a wheelchair, they know it's not all butterflies and rainbows, and they know that it's hard on relationships. It can be difficult on their partner. But just like in the movie, it's not shown as butterflies and rainbows. Josie feels like a burden. But towards the end of the movie, the guy takes on that burden. Not because he gets something in return, but because it's his duty. Because it makes her happy, which makes him happy in return. Loyalty, duty, virtue, acts of service, big or small.
This is the way I can tell if a game is going to be good. Is like if the game has in the beginning of it where it says something like duty or honor, or like I'm trying to think. There's like one more. Like if it's talking about like your oath to the Knight Templar, I'm like, okay, maybe this game's actually going to be good. You know, but if it's like everything's purple and they're bringing in like all these characters that are bald and they say stupid things, and like you don't know if it's a girl or a boy, like yeah, the game's gonna be garbage.
Men
like
live
Valor,
for that shit.
yeah,
And yes, these are
exactly.
stereotypes. Not everyone fits into these boxes. Blah 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 blah. But for the most part, it's true. When many men look at this relationship, that is what they see. And a lot of modern women.
Well, what I find to be kind of funny about it is that it kind of the fact that like it resonated with a lot of guys kind of defeats the idea that, you know, women need to attain some sort of like physical appearance or anything like that. You know, bro, her legs don't work and he still likes her. So just don't be fucking obnoxious and you're going to be okay. Imagine that.
Looking at this relationship and being disgusted because in a way, it's the complete inverse of the strong, independent woman they've been sold. They've been told they need to be. The modern woman crafted by modern Disney for modern audiences. Unlike the Hollywood-crafted modern woman, this woman does need her man. She is not strong and she's not independent, at least physically. This doesn't mean she's like an empty vessel with no thoughts or freedom. You know, in fact, in the movie, Josie does roll away from him a few times. It is a fantasy not because of a power imbalance, but because the man has a tangible purpose, and the woman is willingly and lovingly letting him fulfill that purpose.
Yeah, imagine that. It's fucking obvious, right? And like the thing is that this is again the issue is that you have teenagers that are going and saying this shit on the internet. Like I do genuinely believe that 90% of these comments would go away if you didn't let like underage people on the internet. I think most of the stupid comments are actually just from kids. That's it.
I can depend on you.
Yeah, the 14400s, bro. Get them out.
I know that if I ever feel frightened, I can just reach out to you.
Men simply want something good to die for, to make it beautiful to live. This manifests in a lot of ways, but the most common is having a loving partner and or a family. Something unobtainable to many people nowadays. So yes, literally one of the most normal things ever is
Yeah, a lot of guys feel like they can't really go and achieve like a normal life, a successful life. And I think that because of that, that's what's really caused them to react this way. That's what's caused them to be so angry. And this is why a lot of guys, you know, become incels, or they don't really try to get jobs anymore, is that like the idea of working really, really hard to get a job that pays you $60,000 when it, you know, that's not a lot of money, right? Just like a below average job, to not be taken seriously at all, to, you know, lose opportunities because of maybe your identity or something else. All of those things coming together, I feel like that's definitely where it's going to happen. Yeah, Karens create incels too. They definitely do. They absolutely do.
A fantasy. Sad. Also, men will deny this, but they absolutely have a biological clock. It may not hit in your teens or your 20s, but one day you're going to have a dream. You have a little daughter making you pancakes with your wife in the morning, and you're not going to be able to get it out of your head. And that is the male biological clock. Everything you do, the money you make working that grating 9-to-5 job, it will all be for something bigger and more important than yourself one day. You will come home to a warm and happy home, greeted by people who care about you, and love you, and rely on you, and everything will make sense then.
Surely, guys.
Until then, you'll just be on the internet, being called a misogynist, for wanting something bigger and more important than yourself, for wanting something beautiful and normal. And that is the average male fantasy. That and 3 hot chicks at once. Hell yeah, brother!
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So that was that little video. Men in the comments, let me know. Am I correct? Is that the average male fantasy? Or is it not that deep?
I think a lot of people just want to be able to live their life without having any sort of like real stress or pressure or like anything like that. Just overall, I mean, I don't think that a lot of people really want to date a person that's disabled specifically, right? Obviously, it'd be kind of weird if you wanted to specifically date a disabled person, but like, it's mainly about people just having a relationship where, you know, they're reciprocated, treated fairly, and treated right. You know, it's really just that simple. Yeah, men mainly want peace, and I think that a lot of women
I love peace. I love peace. Peace is
there's
good.
There's a lot of people that kind of
Personal chaos is one thing, but world,
like, again,
just having peace
like,
out there is
like,
great.
In terms of like of girls, but like obviously guys act this way too. There's a lot of women that like they almost you know, they act wild, or not really. Let me think of a good way to say this. How can I say this where it's like not bad? Basically,
there's probably no way of saying it.
They need to get talked off a cliff that they put themselves on all the time. And it's exhausting for a guy to deal with that. It's exhausting. Like, they're erratic, you know, chaotic. Yeah, like, I think there's women that are chaotic. And I think that a lot of men, and this especially becomes true, I think, as guys get older, is that men increasingly want much less to do with any type of extreme erratic behavior. Because they're probably stressed out about their job, they're stressed out about something else. That's it. Women love drama. Well, some of them do, and guys do too, right? But guys, I think, just don't want to deal with that in general.
And women in the comments, what is your fantasy? And no, I don't mean that. I don't want to hear about how you want to be crushed by a 12-foot futa. That is between you and God, not you and Shoeonhead. I mean, what is your ultimate dream? Do you want to travel the world? Do you want a nice big family one day? Do you want to own a...
Give me 1 second. All right, go ahead.
I'm Mark. Okay, we good?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, one thing that nobody ever mentions in any of this is that all the guys that grew up with no father, they never saw a normal relationship between a man and a woman, a happy relationship. What you said is everybody, men, what they really want is peace.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I find that it wasn't true for me so much when I was younger, but it is, you know, as the older I got, the more I was like that.
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
And where on the other side, women grow up with just mom. And mom had her husband, you know, leave her for his assistant, you know, at the office, or because she left him because he beat her.
Yeah.
You know, or somehow she got shorted in the deal.
Yeah.
And a few guys, I'd be in bars and these guys would be whining around about, live with him, can't live without him. Well, fuck you. The drink he's buying. But anyway, there's no model for these guys to have a happy life. They're if they have to take care of, if they have a brother or sister or something, and maybe have to take care of them or they get beat up by them. It's the house is often somewhat chaos. It's never when you go to somebody's house where there's a man and a woman, and they can both work. There's no problem with women working, especially when kids are in school all day.
Yeah, sure.
And so I'm not saying Father Knows Best, one of those old TV shows. You work it out however you want. The guy wants to stay home and cook and clean and take care of the kids. Well, fuck, let him do it. And the wife can be out there, be a real meat eater corporate exec. But so many guys, so many people look at the figures for divorce, unlike the exemplary way that your mother and I brought you up, even though we were separated all your life.
Yep.
We still made your life peaceful.
Better.
Yeah,
true. Yeah, true.
And that's one of the reasons I think that you're so much for the traditional male-female relationship, the old 1950s, and because before that, a lot of people, divorce just wasn't an option.
Well, I gotta get back.
Please finish. And so they were stuck with somebody, and it was just, life is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. The guy only wishes it was solitary. So, that's when Daniel Boone and all those guys, why weren't they home taking care of their family instead of out, for Davy Crockett getting killed at the Alamo?
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to stay home. It wasn't nice there. So, it was, so now there's so many just mostly female-run households.
Yep.
That, so you got, on the girl's side, you got mom trashing men all the time, and what a problem they are, and how they're looking for Mr. Perfect or whatever. And on the other side, you got the son there with a mom who kind of has a permanent fucking case of the ass against men.
Yep.
And I know I had a mom like that.
Yep.
So, but nobody ever talks about that. So I wanted to just insert that thought because tremendously, I've since I get older, I get the less I do, and the more time I have to sit and just sit and think about things. And this occurred to me a few years ago, and I've refined the thought.
You don't have that much energy anymore.
But this is I think it's a key issue.
Yeah. All right.
It's not just auxiliary point. I think it's a key issue. So,
all right. Well, thanks. Yeah. No, he's definitely right. I mean, like it's guys and people that don't have any foundation for what a normal relationship looks like. So they look at like anime or somebody like Andrew Tate, and they're like, "Oh, this is what a man does. This is being a man means having this car."
Farm? Do you want to live in a shed in the woods and make pie? God, not you and Shoe on Head. I mean, what is your ultimate dream? Do you want to travel the world? Do you want a nice big family one day? Do you want to own a farm? Do you want to live in a shed in the woods and make pipe bombs? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you soon with a new video.
No, I think I'm good without making pipe bombs in a shed.
Yeah, no, I think so.
I prefer to actually have the shed.
What color is your Bugatti? Yeah, no, I think this is a great video. I really do. I held off on watching this for a while because I've just been focused on, you know, like World War III potentially, right? That's been kind of like a topic.
Yay!
And so
We're all doomed.
that's really it. And yeah, I'll link you guys the video. Make sure to give it a like. I mean, I think this was a great,
things were already starting
video.
in the world before Trump ever got here. So yeah,
no,
we
definitely.
have
I mean, I think it's a fair take on it, especially from like a female perspective, right? I mean, like, because that's going to be a little bit different than the way guys look at it. And I think also, like, a lot of guys, there's just a lot, honestly, if people that are on the internet all the time talking about this bullshit, there's a reason why they're on the internet, right? I mean, that's a reason for it, and it's that simple.
Right? What the hell just happened? Oh, it's still playing. Did he just have a blank section right here at the end?
No, definitely. I mean, I think it's a fair take on it, especially from like a female perspective, right? I mean, like, because that's going to be a little bit different than the way guys look at it. And I think also, like, a lot of guys, there's just a lot, honestly, if people that are on the internet all the time talking about this bullshit, there's a reason why they're on the internet, right? I mean, that's a reason for it, and it's that simple.
Yeah. You might want to go through editor and
you have people that like go on the internet and then they put their own opinions and their own fucking like personal problems on the internet. And nobody ever thinks about, like, the fact that's, like, if you're really a pleasant, nice person to be around, why are you spending all day on the internet every single day, right? Unless it's your job or something like that. And so some people, there's reasons for it. Some people, there's not. And whenever I go and I hear somebody talking about this stuff, and that's it. What do you get about Souls-like? No, it piss you off? Well, I mean, I get excited. Well, because I just don't like playing it on stream, right? That's all. I don't like playing, I don't like playing really difficult games on stream. Because
thank you for the emojis.
I don't like that kind of content, right? Like, I like to just kind of go through stuff simply, and that's it.
Sorry, I was
Los Angeles
busy
Dodgers
doing
this
something
morning,
else.
ICE agents came to Dodger Stadium and requested permission to access the parking lots. They were denied entry
Thank you.
to the grounds of the
Thank
organization.
you, W.
Tonight's
Deal.
game will be played as scheduled. Yeah, I mean, again, if they don't have a warrant, I think that's fine. I mean, they can't just go around, you know, investigating everything without a warrant or without any prior cause. Sure. But, you know, again, like, turning around something like that, they said that was fake. It's fake news. Yeah, I have no idea. I said it was a lie.
Okay, that's that. Okay, so what else we got here? Yeah, I saw this short and...
You know what really upset?
Okay, before I even start on this, her nose is browning. It looks, she got a chain, one of these chain bars that goes over her nose, and it looks like a frown. And her little spike bar right here on the bridge of her nose. It looks like her nose is disappointed. Like, oh god, I gotta be here on this. It's just funny looking. I'm not dishing her, but it has it. Honestly, it just looks grumpy. Like I'm not happy.
That's me in 2025. It's now a privilege to go see concerts and go see artists live. Because why are they charging this freaking money? Music should be for everyone.
They're charging that money because of the production of everything. That's why. I mean, seriously, all the pyrotechnics, all the set out the backup dancers, everybody who's involved, the gas, the stadium prices, and how much they have to charge per ticket. So the stadium gets a little bit of money, they get a little bit of money, the artist gets a little bit of money, everybody gets their own piece of the pie. That's the reason why it costs so much to go to concerts. It's the price of everything. That's not including the security for that you need and everything else. Uh, there have been many incidents on the reason why, and this is all done by their managers. You know.
I don't think that going to a concert should put you out $1,200.
$1,200 a ticket is closer to the band, but if you don't want to pay that much, they do have nosebleed seats. You'll be able to hear the music, not as well.
For two.
Do you mind? Yeah, you won't be able to hear the music as well. Reconnected successfully. Let me check my streams, see what happened, if anything, oh crap. Oh, come on. Give me a second, I gotta try to get... Current live. Okay, looks like YouTube's live. What about Twitch? Twitch is live, but alright, I'll restart my kick. Stop. Start. The hell, man? Let me go ahead and reboot. Try and get this right. Okay, that was the first time OBS decided to shut down on me. Huh. Weird. Weird. It's the Queen Ziggler. What do I always say? Okay. Alright. Okay, looks like we're back up on kick.com. That's good. That's going to be a separate stream, so I'm just going to do myself for a second and edit that to live again. I'm Mr.NoPony, and this is how to do things wrong on a stream. Yes, I'm consistently doing things completely wrong. Or right, wrong, right. I don't know. After 2 hours, I had an issue. Yeah. Alright. Give me a second. Alright. I think just adding back live or live again. I'll just have to delete that later on. So for right now, there we go. Alright, we've been updated up onto Kick. Twitch is still going.
tickets. They already have so much money, yet they want to continue.
You know the reason why they have so much money? Is because you pay them the money that they have. That's the reason why. You don't understand economics, do you? This is I'm going to say maybe, what? Late teens, early 20s girl who doesn't understand the world or how economics works. Yeah, they have a lot of money because you pay them the money for them to have a lot of it. If you didn't pay them, they wouldn't have the money. And therefore, they wouldn't have a desire to do the job they do to create the industry that is created. That's how things work. I know it's a short video and I'm already ranting way too much, but still.
Continue to charge us crazy money for concert tickets. I will never, ever, ever support an artist who wants me to pay over 100.
It's not the artist that makes you want to pay that. It's the venues. It's the security. It's all the production that is created to do such a job. That they have the production that causes you to love their concerts. All everything that is in there, the pyrotechnics. You know how much gunpowder is used consistently in those pyrotechnics? A lot. And they are not cheaply done. They have to be done properly so they won't cause explosions or any type of things, anything else. They have to be created by specialists that know exactly what they're doing. If you want the sprinkler effects, just sparkle, 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 or do you want, blooming Pacific design, Pacific characteristics? You have to do that as well. I mean, everything has its very own differential. Let's see. So yeah, it may cost you extra money, but it's going to be well worth it. I've never been to a concert, but I'm not expecting to spend a ton of money up onto going to see a comedian versus a music artist. Somebody who's underground, yeah, that's going to be cheaper. Somebody who is mainstream is going to be more expensive because they have a ton of production companies behind them to do their jobs.
Euro to see them live because yeah, I like your music, but you're not God. It's ridiculous. Does anyone else feel the same way with me? Do you know what really upsets me?
Yeah, there we go. No, I said my piece about it. And I understand not everybody can afford the music. Sometimes you just gotta listen to their music videos here on YouTube or free elsewhere.
The nice thing about coming to the pool is you get to watch your half-naked neighbors play chicken. I don't spend a whole lot of time around neurotypical people, so for me, it's like getting a live viewing to National Geographic. You get to just watch their behavior. I tend to find that wildly entertaining. I have my body noodle and my hand noodle. The body noodle is self-explanatory, but this one is so for when you relax, because who likes reading a book when the neighbors are screaming? Not me. But I do like playing with a stick. Oh, gross! Ah! People's hair keeps getting intertwined in my fingers.
Enjoying the pool?
I feel like I contracted a couple different diseases in there, but that's all right. This is the nice thing about coming to the pool.
I think this is one of those gated community type of pools. You know, the ones that are for. This isn't a public pool, the same type of public pool that you used to go to. The ones that were used to be in parks or something like that, held by the city. No, city. The cities took away those a long time ago. All right, let's see. Can't be real. Called the FBI. Okay, cool. Who dat? Oh no, I saw that one. Evicted in Japan, maybe. No. Okay. So I watched Pixar's ELO so you didn't have to. I see a kid with a black eye and a strainer pot on his head. Do they still make those type of strainer pots? Those metal strainers? I thought they were all plastic now. Okay, that's the new Roku streaming stick. That's interesting. Let's see. Let's check to make sure everything's working well. Got that. Got that. Neato. Alright. If you guys are still watching, if anybody's watching, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe on YouTube. Don't forget to follow me on twitch.com and kick.com. Those are always fun. Alright. Dirt cheap solar generator setup. What can it power? Hardly anything, probably. She's missing half her head. Kirsty! He was never safe. Hey, aren't those the ants? Right here in the corner. Aren't those the ants from Coraline in a... Thought I'd be happy with a woman one day ago. No. Oh boy, Digital Circus episode 5. I have never seen Digital Circus. Maybe is that something I should watch? Game ruined. How to destroy your extremely successful game in one day. 52 minutes ago. Okay, I'm curious. I know nothing about the game that's been ruined. Ruined. Mugen react. Alright, let's see. I'm reacting to a VTubers that has the VTubers. Don't forget to check out her merchies. Yeah. Let's see. Smugalana, Alana. Let's see, we got. Oh no. I don't see okay, there we go. Original video. How to destroy your exit. There's the original video. I don't know anything about it, so I'm going to just watch from Alana's point of view to see what's what. Because she probably knows more about it than I do, because I'm not up to date.
And many such cases.
While studying business, one thing that you're taught is the blue ocean strategy. The seemingly endless blue ocean represents a market that's never been taken advantage of.
Hold on, but you need to find the whales. Is that what we're going with?
Its counterpart is the red ocean, a market that has way too many competitors and is a headache to penetrate. One of the best examples of the blue ocean strategy is what Tesla did with EVs. They seemingly created the market from thin air, and then other competitors came in to try and get a piece of that pie. So now, of course, the EV market is a red ocean market, no longer a blue ocean one.
The same goes for gaming as well. Gaming, computers, yeah, I think yeah, that would be, well, practically anything after a while. Anime, I think has gone. If it's not red, it's purple. It's on its way, because anime is oversaturated by this point. I have to say that much.
For a while, people assumed that gacha games were a red ocean market. I mean, why wouldn't it be? The narrative was established. Gacha games targeted a very specific demographic, and that demographic wanted to spend an insane.
No, I fucking hate gacha games. I really hate gacha games. I do. If I'm going to spend money on getting a gacha item, you know, I am going to spend money on a physical item. I don't care. Here's the thing. If you're going to make a gacha game where you actually get one of these virtual screen capture things here, send me one. Send me a card. you get one of those cards that lithograph cards that makes it look like it moves. That'd be great. If you get in the game, you could request and you have multiple copies of it or whatever. You could request a physical card from it by losing one of those copies. I think that would be a fair trade-off. It would also make out a market. You know, all you have to do is pay shipping and handling. Well, it's a card, so you know what? You do need tracking, so spend money for the tracking. Or shipping and handling, whichever one. You know, actually, it really shouldn't be called shipping and handling anymore. It just should be called tracking. You pay for tracking.
Amount of money on very hot women. But recently, we've come to find out that not only was this incorrect, it actually couldn't have been further from the truth. Infold came in and made us truly understand that the gacha game industry wasn't really a red ocean market just yet. There was still potential to create a blue ocean market, and that's exactly what they did with their games. Instead of targeting the well-known male demographic that wanted to collect wives and spend way too much money on them, they
targeted the fujoshis.
Targeted the female market, who really liked the idea of having hot male husbands and spending way too much money on them. But targeting the female demographic didn't just end there. Infold saw very lucrative opportunities that other studios were not taking advantage of and proceeded to release their newest title, Infinity Nikki, which was a gacha game, but at its core was a dress-up game. It was an open-world game with the goal of dressing up your character in different outfits that you loved, and they were onto something.
Did they make it pay to win so the best outfits get you the hottest husbands?
Game released, it received immediate success, reaching 10 million downloads on all platforms, PC, mobile, and even PS5. This is extremely impressive even for a free-to-play game. It's ridiculous. It truly showed that there was a demographic in gacha games that was ignored for years, and Infold was finally able to give them what they wanted.
You know what else was ignored for years? Dating sims games. Something that was really popular in Japan, but never actually really got a chance to show off here in the U.S., even though they had a lot of third-party dating sims games on things like Newgrounds or whatever. I wonder if Newgrounds is still a thing. I'll check. Let me go ahead and open up that. Newgrounds Entertainment. I'll be damned, it still exists. Weird. Okay. After this video with Alana, I'm going to come over here and check out what they got in Newgrounds. I haven't seen this site in a long time. I don't even think I remember. No, I never actually signed up for it. I remember they having a lot of animations back then, like the Happy Tree Friends and stuff like that. It was weird. We'll see what we got.
So how the hell did they manage to go from a rating of 4.2 stars out of 5 on release when it came to the Google Play Store to now finding themselves at 1 point?
Damn!
Number was 4.2 with 15K.
Now it's over half.
Yeah, it was 4.2 with 15K, and it doubled and went to 1.8. That's insane. What did they do?
With their other games like Love in Deep Space also being affected by the crossfires.
No, not the Tenma game!
Sitting at 3.3 stars out of 5 on the Google Play Store, as opposed to 4.2 just a couple of months.
You do not fuck with the Fujoshis, I'm telling you, man.
Prior. And let's not forget the fact that Infinity Nikki released on Steam and is now sitting at a mostly negative review. How could such a successful game that truly created a new segment in gacha, a genre that's existed for over a decade, fall from grace so quickly and so violently? Well, they're actually...
I don't even know how you'd manage to do that. Did they make it too expensive or something? Because, like, you're already buying outfits and stuff. Like, how bad could it be?
Many reasons, and we're gonna go over them together. So, yeah, hope you're ready.
I can't see it.
Do you know what's more rare than a double rainbow? Finding a gacha game
I've seen a
that
few.
doesn't have a 50-50 system. You just get the character you want. Isn't that crazy? After player feedback, this is exactly what Idere Restart did during their beta. Look, this game didn't reinvent the wheel. They took something that already works, which is turn-based combat, and added their own twists to it. You have some really cool sci-fi looking characters and a lot of interesting synergies. Not to mention a lot of cool animations too. But the twists don't end in the combat. No, they stretch.
Wait, did somebody make a fire version of Renji's sword? You know, it's been a while since I watched Bleach, Renji's sword, Senbon Zakura is, his captain's, why can't I remember what Renji's Zanbakuto's name is? Come on, Renji, alright, what is it? Zabimaru. There we go. Which is interesting that Zabimaru actually has a dual state form. Due to it being a monkey and a snake is his character, it has a double design. And he hasn't unlocked the second one.
All the way over to the summoning system. One summon costs 100 gems, not 160, which is the gacha standard. It's already way cheaper. Not to mention that when you start the game, you get a targeted summon banner, which lets you get any of the SSR characters on release in just 40 pulls. You then proceed to build these characters, giving them different gear and upgrading their stats, all in preparation to either join a guild, which there are many of, you can even create your own guild, or joining the Global Invitational
I've never actually
Tournament.
joined a guild when I had
This game has
games
PvP,
like these.
but not the kind of PvP you're used to in gacha games. This isn't pay to win. It really all comes down to player skill. And you know what the best part about this is? This game is already out. It came out on June 5th, 2025. So if you're interested, make sure to click the link in the description or the pinned comment and download the game today. Thank you so much, Idere Restart, for sponsoring this video. Alright, so Infold has actually been around for over a decade now. The first game they've ever released was in 2012, and it was called Nikki Up to You. It was the first entry in the series of Nikki, and it was also a dress-up game.
This looks like a really old, I don't know what it's called, like a little dating sim from like 2008. Like this gives me the 2008
kind of does
vibes.
actually.
So still not very well known at
visual
the time.
novel, yeah,
Now
yeah.
to be clear, the main developer for these games has always been Paper Games, a Chinese game developer. But in 2022, they launched Infold, their new international brand. 2024 was a very big year for Infold because they released two titles that truly revolutionized gacha. One of those games is, of course, Love in Deep Space. This game truly showed us, once and for all, that females are not only as horny as men when it
they're hornier!
comes to their gacha games, but they look like rookies in comparison. Listen, bro, I'm not making this up, okay? Once upon a time, I streamed this game, and let me tell you, dude, you literally get pounded. Like, literally.
Dude, this avatar! His VTuber
Like, I'm not even joking. There are cutscenes where you're getting pounded by these male characters, all right? Like, this is
How is that allowed? Excuse me? What?
next level, and guess what? It made more money than we could have ever imagined. Ever since its release.
Yeah, it actually beat Honkai Star Rail. Isn't that fucking insane?
It has been consistently in the top 3.
Hey, if they're hot enough, women will definitely pay enough money for those types. Damn. Just damn.
Biggest revenue generators in the entire gacha space. Look at this. It's making over $50 million a month, sometimes making
Who wants virtual trading card? I'm sorry, I still don't understand how Pokemon TCG Pocket became a thing. Oh, I'm going to spend money to actually have virtual Pokemon cards. No! I want physical Pokemon cards. That way I can put them up and have value in the future when I sell them. 2024 November, not available. I see it slowly went down over time. Yeah, I can see it.
Because you make women goon. Nah, women
Hi,
are
Gooner.
worse. I don't know. I don't believe it.
Making games like Genshin Impact Hawkeye, Star Rail, whatever else, look like amateurs. You understand? Things were clear as day. There was a market for these games, and they wanted more. Now look, when it comes to success in life, it's a combination of hard work and luck. In 2024, the Roblox game Dress to Impress was absolutely blowing up. And people, whether it be male
Why
or
is that a
female,
Brett
were
doll?
having a lot of
Why
fun
are those
dressing up
Brett
their
dolls
character in
in
this goofy ass
holiday?
game. All of a sudden, dress-up games became very mainstream.
Critical.
So of course,
Okay,
when
they're
Infinity
creepy
Nikki
Brett
launched in
dolls.
December 2024, the idea of a dress-up game went from niche to mainstream, and people were very excited about it, resulting in its massive success. Yes, even though their website got hacked with this wonderful, wholesome message telling people to evaporate their soul out of their body, it still managed to do great. I mean, this was it. A cute, wholesome game in which you could just sit there and make up these awesome outfits in an open world setting, and hey, it's free. What else is there to ask for? And
Wait, that might have actually been a good idea that I didn't get into this game. I didn't know it was like Dress to Impress. I actually think it might have been a good thing I didn't get into it. I might have actually spent my money on this fucking dog shit.
Gotcha aspect of this game wasn't related to characters, it was related to outfits, or at least outfit pieces. And these were some of the outfits that you could earn through gacha pulls. The community
I like the Silver Gales aria, dude.
absolutely felt
It's
in
kind of
love
similar
with
to
it.
what
The
what's it
community,
called?
They quickly took on the reputation of being wholesome and generous.
Reality.
Their positivity was seen as a beacon of hope in the midst of all the gacha drama that goes on 24/7 with people comparing their favorite game versus someone else's favorite.
Oh
game.
yeah, that's
At this point, it was hard to think that anything could go wrong.
Sailor
Everyone
V.
was on a roll until they weren't. While the game did enjoy a lot of players, the revenue wasn't really reflecting its success. From December 2024 to January 2025, it made 50% of its revenue both in the Chinese markets and in the Western markets combined. This
And you know what that means? We gotta milk their fucking wallets.
downwards trend would continue from January to February and wouldn't really recover by March. It certainly wasn't making as much revenue as a game like Level Deep Space, and red flags started popping up until a nuclear eruption took place. Steam is easily one of the best reasons to ever become a PC gamer. Valve has proven time and time again that they're the only people to be trusted running a platform like this. There's a
I mean, it has a gambling problem, but you know.
reason why it has so many people using it every single day. So of course, getting your game on this platform is a big deal because not everyone is willing to download your custom launcher. There are many PC gamers who prefer to have everything in their Steam library, and if it's not the case, it's a deal breaker. Seeing that revenue was on the downwards trend, Infinity Nikki was on the hunt for new players. So launching on Steam was an easy way to do that. Now look, usually paid games before releasing have pre-orders. That helps a company understand how much demand there is for the game, if the marketing's effective, and brings in some much needed cash before the game's release date. With gacha games though, seeing that they're free to play, they have something called pre-registration. If you make an account on their website, you pre-register. And if they meet pre-registration goals, as you can see here, you get rewards for each tier. Every single gacha game does this because it helps drive hype in anticipation of its...
And it also lets them prep servers. That's another thing why they do it. I don't hate it that much. I think there's a reason to it, but it also has like a connotation of being a little bit greedy. I get it though.
But there's no such thing as pre-registering on Steam. What there is though is the ability to wishlist a game you want to have. And you can do that for games that haven't released yet. So Infinity Nikki went ahead and set goals like they would in a pre-registration, but this time they'd be tied to the Steam wishlists. And as you can see, there was 4 different tiers here. The first one being 10,000 wishlists and it gives you a live wallpaper. The second one being 50,000 wishlists and it gives you concept art. The third goal is 100,000 wishlists and gives you a bunch of resonance crystals. Now, what are resonance crystals? Well, this is the gacha currency you need to wish, or gamble, and get new outfit pieces.
Please tell me they don't like just not give them the... Do they not give them what they asked for?
There are 2 types of banners that you can wish on in the game. The first one being a limited banner. This only comes in for like 2 to 3 weeks and you need revelation crystals for it. The other banner is a permanent banner. It never leaves. And for this you need...
Did I just hear a banner that only comes in for 2 to 3 weeks? I'm sorry, but I think we have some major issues here. My issue is why? Why is there a limited run banner that you have to spend money for? No. You get that limited run banner that only comes for 2 weeks, and you keep that banner permanently in your account. That is one thing that people will not like. That's anti-consumer issues.
Resonance crystals. So 100,000 wish list was showing.
In addition, if you're going to have it as a limited edition deal, also make limited edition versions of that as a poster to be sent out or a wall scroll. You could have it as both options and have people pay more money for that.
Resonance crystals. Awesome. But the fourth and final goal, being at 200,000 wish lists, was the final surprise, showing a shape of a gacha currency. People assumed that this one would be the revelation crystal, what you need to pull on the limited banner, which is probably the most important currency in the game. This only made sense because 200,000 was double the last goal, and the last goal was going to give you resonite crystals anyway. So of course, seeing that this community is very wholesome and tight-knit, they went ahead and wishlisted the hell out of this game on Steam, even though many of them already had the launcher. They reached 100,000, and then they managed to reach 200,000. But then they noticed something weird. The official Infinity Nikki account completely changed the image. It went from this, with the fourth and final image potentially looking like a revelation crystal, to it just being a chest of resonite crystals like the third one. So in the first image, the 100,000...
Oh.
That is some rat shit right there.
The wishlist goal had 11 resonite crystals in the chest, and people were assuming they were either going to get more resonite crystals on the fourth wishlist goal or revelation crystals. The image completely changed that, and instead of having 11 resonite crystals in the third goal, they switched it to 2, which is exactly what they ended up getting. And then the final surprise, the 200,000 wishlist.
Yeah, they even changed the graphic. It's like you get 2 instead of like a whole case of them. And then they changed this to this.
Contained a chest of 8 crystals. So in total, they got 10 resonite crystals, when in reality, they should have gotten 11 just for the third goal. People were obviously outraged here. Like, what? Why are you being so stingy over something so stupid? Like, over 10 pulls? Really? It's as if they were giving away real crystals. Like, what the hell is going on? The post celebrating 200,000 wish lists on Steam from Infinity Nikki with this changed image had 100 replies, and none of them were really happy. And after sufficient community backlash, they finally quote tweeted that tweet and said, you know what, guys? We're going to give you 10 revelation crystals. Thank you so much for being such amazing fans. This led many people to believe that they were hoping that the community wouldn't notice, but when they did, they ended up giving them the rewards they were meant to have in the first place anyway. So look, this might seem like a small incident to you, but so far this game has been nothing but perfect. You have to understand that. This was the first instance in which they did something so weird, so scummy, and in which they played with their community's trust. But hey, listen, the community, as I said, is wholesome. They were willing to get past this and get back to the game they loved. Unfortunately, though, this was only the beginning for Infold's absolute roller coaster ride down to hell. So look, one thing you have to understand is that the release on Steam was going to coincide with
I hate it whenever games like this get worse.
1.5 update.
Alright,
this had features the community was very excited about.
This is what happens whenever you go from a community that are people who are in charge of the games. Back whenever it was in China, I believe. Or was that the promotional? I can't remember which. Was that the promotional? Yeah, either or. After, I guess it became international, I went to Steam, and they had a lot more money to deal with, or tried to get more money to deal with, up onto their little deal. They decided to go the Bowser, the Nintendo way. And that's whenever it stopped becoming fun and started becoming a business. And number one rule of business, try to screw over your customers. They're idiots. They won't notice, is the way they think.
Like a co-op mode. Before this, you weren't really
You can get your girly pops to play with you.
able to play with other players. Your world only had you. But in 1.5, you were going to be able to play with a friend, exploring the world together and showing off your outfits. Additionally, there was going to be a full-fledged dye system. Before this, each outfit had like 2 or 3 colors that you could...
WoW still doesn't have this, and I think it's a crime. Not being able to dye your armor is so cringe. Not even all armor. Just like do some armor or something.
Pull using the gacha
Right?
mechanic. But here you had a seemingly endless amount of colors with their different palettes, capable of drastically changing any outfit you own. I can't really overstate just how excited the community was about dying. In fact, Infinity Nikki had hyped the hell out of it by releasing an event in 1.4 called Caring for the Bulkhead, or Bulkhead, or whatever. You can make fun of me in the comments for my spelling. This event had you collect different plants, fruits, and shellfish in the open world so that you can combine them in order to create different dyes. You then tested all those different dyes on the Bulkhead. Players loved this event, trying to figure out all the different combinations, and collected a gazillion of these materials in anticipation for the 1.5 update so they can dye their outfits.
Okay, combination.
April 28th was going to be the game's release date on Steam, and 1.5 would follow. This was going to be a new chapter in this game's history that would change everything. And it did indeed change everything, except everything for the worst, and players were completely blindsided by this. You see, prior to the 1.5 update, when you would launch the game and play through the tutorial, it would show you the backstory. Nikki is preparing for her prom, so she goes to her attic, opens the closet,
Oh, it's all the
and
prom.
her mother's old dresses. That dress turns out to be breathtaking, and for whatever reason, it starts dancing with Nikki all of a sudden. After some short dance moves, the dress puts itself on Nikki and transports her to another world. In this world, she meets a goddess that looks really cool, by the way, who tells her that she's
does she have fat tits?
to know her mother a long time ago, and that now she has to save this world by collecting all the different miracles. So even if you weren't a story player or someone who necessarily cares about lore, this intro still managed to somehow captivate you.
Right.
Captivate you, that's a word.
Reel you into this new world that you just
Although it
finished.
was a very good
This isn't
animation, I
generic
really
in
have
any
to
way.
say
It's
that
not
much.
the typical gotcha story. It's original and beautiful and leaves you with just enough questions to keep going. However, when old players launched the game after the 1.5 update, they were met with this cutscene. It was also sudden, there was no prior warning, and they were like, what the hell's going on? They were met with this new strange character that they had never met before, talking to them about how they're a goddess or whatever, and then they found themselves doing another tutorial, even though they've been playing the game for a long time. People were wondering, what the hell is this? Some kind of prank? What's going on here?
That would piss me the fuck off. I hate that when that happens. Other companies have done it too. They're like, oh, you're a veteran player? Come back, play the tutorial. It's like, excuse me, I've been playing this game for like a million years. Thank you very much.
Well, it turned out that the whole story changed, okay? It was retcon. That's the term. It was retcon, and everything you've known beforehand didn't matter anymore. There was no dress in the attic. Your mother, who cares about her? You having to save the world, we don't know why. You're just a goddess or whatever, and yeah, just go do you. Like,
I'm sorry, I kind of like the animation and everything on the original, the one that was beforehand. Plus, that Goddess in Chains was really pretty. This is just crappy fanfiction writing without any thought or plot convenience. It's just like, well, one day she just became a goddess, and in this world she has to have dresses. The dresses are linked to her power. I'm sorry, what?
nothing made sense. Players were absolutely baffled. Why would you change such a perfect story? It didn't make any sense. Here are some comparisons, right? You start in the attic in the old one. In the new one, you just start somewhere, unknown. You have no idea where you're at. Anna, that woman with the white hair that you meet in Chains in the first intro, who was your mother's friend, just appears randomly. Like,
they made her less hot. Look at her.
With no
I
cutscene,
agree.
whatever, in the second new
Cringe.
intro. This is also without mentioning
Cringe.
the fact that it just looked uglier, almost like it was rushed for whatever reason. Some people had the theory that Infol did this to make co-op mode make sense lore-wise, since the new tutorial had an emphasis on different worlds. But seriously, how stupid is that? No one needs lore or a justification as to why you can play with your friend. No one asked for this. There was no one who saw this new tutorial and thought,
Realistically, how many people are gonna even play with like friends? Probably
Seriously.
not very often. Like
Realistically, how many of us out there actually have
I'm really glad they did this. If it
have
broke,
friends?
don't fix it. And they just broke it in the process of trying to fix something that didn't need fixing.
Seriously.
This is without us going into detail about how they butchered some beloved side characters by retconning the story. One character that was beloved by the community, because of course most of them are female, is Giovanni, this dreamy looking fella right here. The story being
A
retconned
femboy
made
looking
his whole
man.
story not really make much sense anymore,
Looks like
which is
Leon.
wonderful news to many players who
The
play the
hell?
game. Now you might be thinking, okay, I get it.
Giovanni, as in The leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni? I'm sorry, you cannot have a character with that name and not think of it. And what's with the black paper crane? Seriously.
Get it. I get why Infinity and Nikki players are so pissed. I'd be pissed too. But buddy, we're not even halfway through this mess yet, so hold your horses. Things are about to get way worse. Look, if you play gacha games, you know how the gacha system works.
Yep.
You pull on the banner of a character you want, using either the currency you earn in-game or one that you buy in the store.
Yep.
You can get really lucky initially and get what you want, or you can get really unlucky, but not too unlucky because there's a pity system that limits how unlucky you can get before giving you what you want.
You do not know true pain of not having a pity system until you played WoW, and you literally just never get the drop. Oh my god. I remember so many times re-rolling and doing the same dungeon over and over and just not getting that shit. You guys are spoiled!
If you want to go a mile, or if you're rich, or just irresponsible with your money, you can usually pull for the same character multiple times and their copies would give them more abilities, making them OP as hell. Now, based on how lucky or unlucky you are, and if we're going to assume that you're only buying the currency, not earning it in-game, prices have always varied. But recently, because of pressure from the United States...
What the hell's your problem?
$400 for a fucking character in a video
OBS
game.
reconnected.
Bro,
this is the first time I've had this issue with it.
So if you bought all your currency from the store in Genshin Impact and got extremely unlucky, reaching hard pity at 90 wishes, you would have paid $475.2. Keep that in mind. Now, in Infinity Nikki, you're not pulling for a character, you're pulling for an outfit. But not just one outfit, not one piece, you're pulling for multiple pieces of that same outfit. Usually, a 5-star limited outfit will have around 10 different pieces. So you're going to be wishing a lot, but thankfully, the chances of getting a duplicate are very low. And before the dice system was even introduced, the way you could get different colors for the outfit was to 1. Get the whole outfit, 2. Get 180 wishes, or 3. Get 230 wishes, with each one granting you a different color. Now look, overall, a lot of players collected currency in-game in order to get these outfits, but if you were to do this with money only, with no currency collected in-game, this could amount to close to 600 USD. Trying to get all the pieces of an outfit, plus getting all
I'm sorry, there is no way in hell I'm playing a gacha game like this.
Gacha games, this was more expensive on average. So it
well, yeah, because they were losing money. That's
why
I'm
baffled.
There's no surprise.
I'm truly baffled.
When 1.5 dropped and the very hyped up limited outfit banners came out, people couldn't believe the fact that instead of having 10 pieces, these outfits had 11 pieces, which meant that you had to pull an average of 20 more.
That is evil. Wait. Oh my god. That's like if so for those WoW players out there, you literally have 5 pieces that drop from a boss, and then Blizzard's like, we're not seeing player engagement, so we're gonna increase the pieces on a boss so that you have to keep rolling higher. That's so bad.
Times in order to get that 11th piece.
Actually, I really do hate multiple piece type of ornaments type of thing. There was actually one of these little mobile games that I was playing a while back, where you're like this vampire chick that had to devour things. I was doing pretty well up until an update changed the entire scenario up onto all the ornaments and all the everything I had equipped to it was all gone, and I had to redo everything. So that was just annoying. Yeah, I played it for a little while trying to get into this new lore. Apparently they wanted to slow down the game with this new design, and it freaking sucked. I stopped playing. I didn't go back to it. I hated it. You know, it's just a female version of that alien game where you go around killing things, getting experience, but you also get different types of what do you call it? Equipment. And personally, the equipment just made my character a lot weaker, and all the progress I was making just slowed down to a halt. Anyway, it slowed down highly, and yeah, I didn't want to play anymore.
outfit acquisition even more expensive than it used to be. This, just like the story getting retconned, came out of nowhere with no prior communication. And speaking of no prior communication, things would only get worse in that regard. You see, the endgame content for Infinity Nikki is called Mira Crown. Think of it like Infinity Nikki's version of Dress to Impress. You have to come up with different combinations of outfits throughout very specific challenges in order to progress. And once you did, you got currency that you could use to wish on banners. Prior to 1.5, these would reset every 2 weeks, allowing you to get an ample amount of currency twice every month from the endgame content. When 1.5 released, though, people found out that it would take 3 weeks for it to reset as opposed to 2 weeks, making it even harder to get currency without spending money, and you're over here dealing with the fact that there's an 11th piece on an outfit you want. Yeah, it's just been punch after punch to the face, but we're far from being done. The dye system that was so incredibly long awaited was a massive disappointment. Those materials that people spent a very long time farming in preparation for this system were now deemed useless.
Oh, dude, MMOs do this as well. They'll tell you that you need to prep and farm something, and then they realize that those players have like accumulated a bunch of them, and they'll change it so that they're useless and they have to keep farming them. Yeah.
Now
I
you get
hate
a new
that.
kind of currency that costs money in order to unlock the colors. And just as you thought that this already sucks, well, it sucks even more because you have to unlock the color you want on each individual piece of clothing, which means you need to unlock it.
Oh, I know. This is the exact same damn thing they were doing with what is it called? With Reality, the VTubing app. Oh my god, this is the exact same damn thing. It had gotchas in there. You could only get one color, whatever color you needed. If you wanted everything to match to look exactly the same, you had to unlock every single damn thing with each one of the gotcha tickets. It was purely ridiculous. I mean, that's the only way they got to give you duplicates of something. Oh, you did this? You got a duplicate? Oh, don't worry. We got it as a different color.
11 times. 11 times!
Disgusting.
So unless you were willing to cough out hundreds of dollars on currency packs, you could kiss that sweet dream of having a functioning dye system goodbye. This was especially hurtful to the players because much of these colors were named after the fruit materials that were present during the dyeing event.
They didn't even change the names!
Trust was being squandered at every second. And it was obvious much of these changes were last second. What was going on at Infold for this to happen?
Money. They didn't make enough money. They need to squeeze your balls from our money.
Well, a lot of incompetence, but also potentially illegal activities. Someone had made a lengthy post on the Infinity Nikki Reddit highlighting the illegal practices that Infold was committing in their—
I'll just go back to LOL. At least it's not robbing me. What are you talking about, little bro?
Alright. Let's see if I could actually read all of this as much as possible. There could be more violations, but these are the most obvious ones I've seen somewhere besides the US and Europe, EU. US or the EU. I'd love to help you find laws and reporting this. Okay, I can't really read half that crap. It's too blurry.
Bro.
Let's see, what's my resolution here? 480p. No wonder I can't read it. Need to upgrade P. Oh, there we go. That's easier to read. There could be more violations, but these are the most obvious ones that I've seen. If you live somewhere else besides the US or EU, I'd love to help find laws that reporting centers that in your areas. Just let me know. Sorry, this is long, but I want to be specific as possible. Starting with the $50 markdown down to a generous $9.99 bathtub. However, many of the other things that in the store have been similarly advertised as not quite as gotta let my dyslexia kick in. Egregious, egregiously, not quite as horrible, we'll just say. In the United States, the FTC regulations 15 USC 45A, Section 5 of the FTC Act 1914 says that unfair, deceptive act or practices affecting commerce hereby declared unlawful. This is very broad, but then you have the former price unless it's an actual price that would be offered for a reasonable amount of time. This is specifically titled Chapter 16, Title 16, Chapter 1B, Section 2231D, although it seems to violate quite a bit of Section 233 as a whole. The $50 pricing was never real or intended, which calls for false reference pricing. Some states have even had stricter rules, but for this post, I'm trying to include laws that for the most people possible. Okay, so basically the pricing issues. Got
Didn't
it.
they remove loot boxes and shit, and then people revolted? Yeah, do we just memory hole that shit?
Game. For example, someone looked into the game files and found that the drop rates for different items in an outfit were not the same, with the most wanted aspects of an outfit, like the hairstyle and the dress itself, being lower than shoes, socks, and accessories.
That's smart. That's very smart.
Damn.
This is not in any way, shape, or form specified in-game, going against European gambling laws and also American FTC laws. At the same time, the game had these ridiculous discounts on items that didn't make any sense. For example, one item you could buy in 1.5 was a bathtub. And as you can see here, there's a discount with the original price.
Original price, 49 euros.
Damn.
80%. You'd be stupid not to buy this. They did this with Diablo Immortal too, chat. They were like, hey,
I think they also do this in the My Little Pony game as well.
For 300% for $1. Dude, it's crazy.
Being 49 euros and it being sold for 10 euros. Dubious discounts like this are illegal by the FTC and European consumer laws. This wasn't just present in Europe, this was present in all—
Yeah, Bethesda did this, Blizzard did this with Diablo Immortal, yep. 800% value, yeah, that's a really good—
Wow, US price, $73 versus a 50 euro to $14.98. Damn. Does that mean our cash is considered less than European?
Good one, because you can say 800% value, but you can't say negative 80% value on something that was never on sale in the first place.
All regions, and dubious discounts go against all consumer laws, period. People complained heavily about this and threatened legal action, so Infold gave in. They removed the discount, and miraculously, it seems that the final price is $14. Wow. But listen, all these things suck so much, but they've been mostly tied to game features and monetization, right? Well, yeah, that's because we haven't talked about one of the biggest issues with 1.5, and that's the fact that it made the game almost unplayable because of bugs, like this one right here. This was not present in the game before 1.5. What happened? Or how about this one right here? The floating bike. Like, come on, how does this happen? Someone commented, insane. Another retcon. Nikki now literally a bodiless, no-clip entity.
She's a bike now,
I should mention, though, that not all bugs were funny. Some people genuinely couldn't log into the game, and if they did, it would immediately just crash. but there
Damn.
really were a lot of funny bugs. Oh, Nikki's opening a door. Oh, the door.
What the hell?
There was even a bug in which the new character that shows up in the new intro doesn't even appear. And the person who posted it said, maybe the best bug in 1.5 version. Dude, people hated this new story. Actually, I think it was safe to say that people hated every single aspect.
And you just know there's just Karens out there because there's a lot of women that plays as the Karens are gonna go crazy.
Of 1.5, and we're hoping to go back to 1.4 at this point. It got so bad that they started threatening boycotts on the Infinity Nikki official subreddit as well as the official Infinity Nikki Discord. They just couldn't handle this anymore. To their surprise though, Infold revealed their true colors and started banning or muting anyone that would say the word boycott. So what did
Oh, yeah. That's one way to destroy your company.
They started using the word girlcott. This movement started quickly spreading even outside of Infinity Nikki to other games from Infold, like Levin Deep Space. It even got reported on by Vice and other publications because the community
that doesn't mean anything, Vice blows, but sure.
was doing everything they could to let the world know our game is going through the shitter. But if you thought that only Western players were participating in this girlcott, then you'd be mistaken. Because this the Chinese community, who went all the way to Steam forums to warn new players not to download the game, as you can see from all these posts over here. Bad, 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 everybody don't play. Do not get in, this game makes you unfortunate.
We won't talk
Damn.
about this. Very unfunny, very bad, very officially unfriendly.
This was now a global movement, and they were pissed.
I don't have a
Forced
clue.
Infinity Nikki to make some sort of a statement, and they came out with this apology at the end of April, shortly after 1.5 had released, saying, "Apology letter regarding version 1.5 gaming experience. Dear stylists, hope this message finds you well. First and foremost, we would like to extend our sincerest apologies. We are truly sorry that we were unable to provide you with a stable experience upon the release of the new version. We understand that every stylist's love and trust in Infinity Nikki is something we must cherish and uphold with the utmost dedication. With a desire to offer Nikki and all of you a more vibrant and colorful journey, we had planned
What's going on with his mouse? It keeps disappearing off the screen.
various new content for this update, designing outfits in diverse styles, creating fun and engaging gameplay, and crafting unique landscapes. We hope Nikki could embark on thrilling adventures across parallel worlds, discovering endless surprises and joy in Mirrorland. However, this time, we fell short of expectations. Following the version update, we received a lot of feedback regarding game experience issues, primarily concerning the DIY workshop, co-op feature, and overall game performance, including issues such as login failures, crashes, and resolution problems. We have been carefully...
They're gonna skip over all the other BS, aren't they? They're gonna skip over the fact that they retconned the story in this new version. They could have just added additional content to state that now in this world, you now have friends. I, the goddess, have descended to tell you that I know your journey has been lonely on this. Don't worry. Competition, friends, they are now, we have new creators coming to this world. Why? Because as you explored the world, new goddesses of garment have appeared, and they have all brought in their own personal representatives. Yeah, you could have done something like that.
Collecting each report and immediately working with our teams to address these issues. We sincerely apologize for the issues that disrupted Nikki's dazzling and dreamlike journey. Following an urgent review by the development team, we have already resolved nearly 100 issues, improved the stability of multiple...
But we have not resolved the issues of the game's shop, man.
Player servers and carried out emergency fixes for certain visual display issues. Moving forward, we will continue to monitor the game's
that is one
performance
hell of
to
a
ensure
long
these
post.
problems do not reoccur. Below is a detailed update on the fixes. So here they give a list of around 13 different issues that they seemingly fixed. Then they go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room, saying additional clarifications based on community feedback. Number 1.
Do you notice how they make this all so fucking hard to read? They do this on purpose.
Number of
Fucking
pieces
love
in the 5-star
corpos.
outfits, Snowy Ballad and Crimson Feather. In version 1.5, the Bubble Season update introduced multiplayer gameplay to create a richer, more engaging adventure for Nikki and all stylists.
richer, of
This
course.
idea also shaped the design direction of the new outfits. From the early design stage, we intended the 5-star outfits to embody themes of collaboration and companionship, symbolized by the story of the ever-blazing bird sacrificing herself to save the iceborne mermaid. Thus, we introduced dedicated dynamic effects, transformation animations, and unique music compositions.
So this is basically, I'll give you the TLDR. Do you know when they increase the prices of skins in League of Legends? This is
I'm
what
gonna
they're
have to
saying.
say,
They're like, we
okay.
need to increase this thing because it's gonna take more resources and effort for us to fucking to make this, man.
For these
So
outfits.
you gotta pay
Instead
In
of
other
that,
words,
we
they
introduced
really
highly
didn't have to
dynamic
do it.
special
They
effects
just
for the
didn't want
pieces
it to
and
do
special
it.
Aurora effects for the hair. The
They
Crimson
thought they
Feather
needed to
outfit
do
was
it.
designed around the core concept of rebirth, featuring a unique ash form appearance and different transformation effects depending on whether Nikki is in the air or on the ground.
Yada,
In
yada,
addition,
yada,
to
blah,
align with
blah,
the theme of the new
blah.
version, we introduced multiplayer features in the design of both the decoration item and dance move.
Oh dear God, shoot me, no. It sounds like crap. It all sounds like crap to me. It sounds like excuses. That's all it is. It's just excuses of how. Oh, we kind of just redid everything and fucked it up. So, here you go.
The Eternal Snowdew decoration now features a special co-op interaction, and for the Everlasting Hope dance move, we attempted to create a co-op dance mode based on the original dance move. Both the versions were developed with dedicated custom music compositions. To enrich styling combinations, the total number of pieces for these outfits was set at 11. We sincerely apologize for the lack of prior communication regarding this
literally
adjustment.
what I'm just
Moving
saying, man.
forward, we guarantee that the number of pieces in 5-star outfits will not exceed 11, and major changes will be communicated in advance through official channels. So look, the majority of this paragraph was just mumbo jumbo. Honestly, it doesn't make any sense to include this. I don't care about your vision for the outfit. People are just concerned about it going from 10 to 11 and costing more, and their logic was because it was meant to be in the spirit of cooperativeness or whatever the hell, or new features. But you have to keep in mind, in one of the outfits, there are 11 pieces, and you can't even see one of the pieces, which are the socks. It's hidden behind the dress. You literally cannot see it. So what's the point? In any case, this is them saying,
Guys, in Stellar Blade, she has a tampon. You can't see it, but you have to buy it for the outfit. You have to buy the tampon.
11 pieces are here to stay, but hey, we won't increase it unless we let you know in the future.
she
This is kind of hard
needs
to believe since they already did.
They have Penny. They have an undergarment set that you could also purchase. You can't see it, but trust us, it's there underneath all that.
It without notifying anyone to begin with. They then say, number 2, duration changes for the Mirror Crown Pinnacle Contest. To offer a richer and more diverse styling experience, the Mirror Crown Pinnacle Contest and the special...
Gotta hate it when I hear that word diverse. It means they're really starting to fuck up around here. Whoever you have on your little team that uses those words, fire them immediately. Either that or redirect them to somewhere where they have no power.
Effects are periodically refreshed and updated. As each version varies in duration, the duration of each Mirror Crown Pinnacle contest has also differed accordingly. We have taken note of the community's discussions regarding the contest duration. In response, we are planning to end the current contest at 4 a.m. on May 16th, with the next contest starting immediately at 4 a.m. on May 16th. Starting from the next cycle, the Mirror Crown Pinnacle contest will be held twice a month, starting on the 1st and 16th of each month. So hey,
I'm just gonna skip a little bit of it. I'm not even gonna lie, this is so long and convoluted. Basically, they fucked him over.
generous. But hey, you know what's funny? Speaking of being generous, there were many players logging in to find that their crystal balance was in the negative, something usually reserved for people who buy crystals and then charge back with their credit card in order to try to pull a case of fraud. You see, there's this pass that you can buy for $5 that gives you currency every single day. Well, at some point, the game was bugged beyond recognition and it would count you logging in twice, something that the player had no control over. So they started taking those crystals away, not to mention this person right here posting this post.
Oh my god, negative
Damn.
1,955, dude.
saying, I'm going to cry, spending 20 euros on the game, and then for whatever reason, logging in the next day and seeing that the balance was in the negative, even though they didn't charge back or anything. Speaking of that monthly pass, in order to get the daily currency that you paid for, you have to log in, otherwise you miss out on them whenever you
hate that.
don't. Someone had spent $5 on the pass and wanted to log in order to get the daily currency, but they couldn't because the game was so damn bugged. They sent an email to support, and this is what they had to say. Sorry for the late reply. This inability to log in resulting in rewards not being claimed is not compensable. Please log in on another device as soon as possible the next time you experience the situation. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Bro, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. If you get those battle passes that make you log in, it's a skill issue, I feel
Who the
like.
hell's training this customer support team? But that is not how you approach the situation. This, of course, was disastrous. People were spending money on the game, couldn't log in because, well, it wasn't their fault. They were being penalized for these bugs, and support had this to say. Wow. But don't worry, because a higher-up in the support team saw this disastrous response and decided to take things into their own hands, sending another message to this person saying, Dear Stylist, we noticed that our previous response to your inquiry was incorrect and we apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. Please provide us with your UID, the symptoms of your inability to log in, and the number of days affected. We will further verify the situation and promptly communicate with you on the follow-up situation. Best regards, Infinity Nikki support team. Well, that's cool, right? That's way better than that last response. Way to go, right? Well, 12 hours later, he gets another message.
They have schizo fucking customer support.
And it's, Hi, Stylist. We have detected that you have not responded for a long time, and this ticket will be automatically closed. If you have any further questions, please initiate a new inquiry. Thank you for your understanding. Total, unforgivable chaos in every way, shape, and form. And after that first apology, there was nothing else coming from them. Absolute radio silence. The community was still not happy, mind you, because the apology barely covered half of the grievances they had. But this all changed on May 18th, a bit over 2 weeks since 1.5 came out, and it somehow managed to get even worse. On May 18th, Infinity Nikki put out yet another statement saying, Dear Stylist, this is the Infinity Nikki dev team. First and foremost, we sincerely thank you for your unwavering support and love for Infinity Nikki. Since the launch of version 1.5, insufficient preparation during pre-release testing led to unexpected live issues, resulting in an unstable game environment and unsatisfactory content. We fully acknowledge that this is our responsibility, and addressing these shortcomings remains a top priority for our team moving forward. Additionally, we encountered technical issues that require more time to resolve thoroughly. Following rigorous assessment, we decided to extend version 1.5's end date to ensure greater stability and prevent similar issues from reoccurring. We're acutely aware
extending it may not be a good idea.
Just affection you've placed in us. To all stylists, we offer our deepest apology. So then they go ahead and outline that version 1.5 is going to end on June 12th. A delay of a few weeks, and then they proceed to say, weekly tasks, Starlit Pursuit delay notice. After version 1.5 launched, we received extensive feedback on co-op features and gameplay. Based on this, we are optimizing related systems, and the new weekly tasks, Starlit Pursuit, originally scheduled for May 20th, will now debut in version 1.6. This is an event with co-op being the main focus, right?
So they just
continue
fucked
saying,
him like
this
that?
delay allows us to
In light of this change, we'll be giving compensation in the form of crystals, dude.
Find task mechanics for a smoother experience. Additional details will be announced at a later date. Please stay tuned. In light of this change, 360 Starlit Crystals will be given to all players as compensation.
This is copy pasted as AI. That's what I feel like, dude. Hold on. This is another massive essay, though. Let me skip it a little bit.
Even notifying the community, how are they supposed to trust you with this roundtable now? There are 444 replies to this tweet, and let me tell you, most of them are furious. Because as this comment right here points out, 220 pity not being lowered, barely addressing Retcon's story, no addressing the horrible dying system, no addressing the Mira crown changes, but hey, we got 8 pulls. That was the sentiment. And
well, that's what the Fujoshis want at the end of the day. They just want more polls.
Majority of the community, both global and Chinese. So it didn't really take long, but people who were very big fans of the game painfully chose to uninstall after seeing just how tone deaf the dev team was. And this once wholesome community, this once very positive and contagiously nice community was just riddled with people who had lost all hope, who were depressed at the fact that this game was never going to be the game they loved just one update ago. It was very sad to see because, as I said in the beginning, in the gacha community, this was seen as the beacon of hope. The one game that was immune to the very stupid gacha drama that plagues other games every single day online.
What is gacha drama anyway? Like whose wife is hotter or something?
And some
I
people
honestly
were
don't know.
getting tired of people telling them that they uninstalled because the posts were getting that much common on the Infinity Nikki unofficial Reddit as well as other places online. But why did this happen? Why did this developer shoot themselves in the foot with a goddamn shotgun when their community loved their game? Well, there are a few theories. Let's talk about them. As I pointed out before, the revenue for this game has just been going down every single month fairly consistently. Before the game released, the CEO of the studio revealed that Infinity Nikki was being developed by over 1,000 people. Okay, this was
That's way too many for a fucking gacha. I'm not gonna lie.
Very big team. Of course, this
1,000
includes outsources.
people?
Not everyone actually works at Infold, but you get the point. This cost a lot of money to make. So look, like this post on Reddit explains.
Alright guys, I'll be right back. I'm back. And I'm knocking things down. Yeah, that's typical.
That there are many theories here, but if you worked a corporate job before and everything was going well until one of your bosses was replaced with some idiot, this might seem very familiar to you. It happens too often, unfortunately.
I don't even think it's
Right?
that. I think you're thinking way too deep. I think the revenue went down.
Close
They
enough.
wanted more money. They overstepped and basically they did the riot thing where they rug pulled people and then we're like, oh shit, oh fuck. Oh, I guess it doesn't make it any better, but then they overpushed it.
Maybe a new
Yeah,
boss
sounds
comes
about
in, they
right.
have ego issues, they're insecure, they have imposter syndrome, they want people to think that they're smart, so they make these crazy major changes that no one ends up liking and they end up screwing up the whole company. This is maybe what's happening at Infold. But interestingly enough, this hasn't stopped them from aggressively recruiting in their Shanghai office. And you gotta wonder why. Maybe it's for their money printer Love and Deep Space, or maybe because they laid off a lot of Infinity Nikki devs that were originally on the game.
They can afford to let this one die if Love and Deep Space keeps going and they go strong.
And are replacing them with cheaper labor. Who knows?
100%.
What I do know for certain, though, is that this game was a breath of fresh air in the gacha community. And it made an important segment
Every
if
VTuber
players feel
played
like they're
this, man.
finally validated with a game that meant something for them. Are they going to be able to get a game like that again? Well, I hope so, because they deserve it. But that's not to say that there aren't any Infinity Nikki players hoping that the game will redeem itself. Those still exist, and you know what? For their sake, I hope that that will be the case. But if you ask my opinion, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Anyway, thanks so much for watching the video till the end. I really, really appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next video whenever that is, which should be in a few days from now. I love you so much, and yeah, take care. Mwah.
Who fucking knew, man? Sorry for ruining the entire game. Anyone want to buy a $49 bathtub? It's on sale. Very strong. I don't know how you can manage to shit up an entire game like this that makes so much money. Like, yeah, sure, it wasn't making the same amount as Love and Deep Space because you're not getting porked. But still, it's just like, how do you manage to fuck it up? Making $6 million a month is something people could dream of. Like, that is not realistic.
Right?
It does not happen. Yeah. 1,000 devs make sense for this kind of game because of the very intricate outfits, but it's just my opinion. No, it's not. That is not.
Hell, they could have gave you PlayStation 2 graphics and people would probably been happy.
Unreal Engine 5 outfit for a cute outfit for a girl. You just don't. I'm sorry. No game needs 1,000? No, not even that. I would say even like 300 to 400 is way too much. Yeah. Genuinely, I don't think it's that big of a fucking deal. I was seeing Silver Plate, I thought it looked cute.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically making the same damn outfits over and over again and changing the colors. I mean, how hard is that? Just create an outfit. Make sure it doesn't clip here and there and work pretty damn well with everything else. Yay.
Yeah, I saw Silver playing and I was like, it looks kind of cute. I mean, I don't know. I don't really have time to play, but I respect it. And this, like, good lord.
Alright, that was fun.
I'm okay. I'll pass.
Alright. Go ahead, minimize that. Get that out of the way. Hey, it's Jinzo! How to traumatize a VTuber. I'm curious. So how do you traumatize a VTuber?
What style of underwear do you like to wear? I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. Are you like me, where you're just like something basic and cotton? Well, or are you like, I need the animal print with a cute little bow on the front? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
I'll leave that a mystery for now.
You'll have to tell me privately later. What style of underwear?
All right, let's see what we got here up onto this. We have movies, games, audios, art. Yeah, let's check out what type of games we got here. What the hell? I don't think anybody's touched Newgrounds and frick, I don't know. Ooh, we got to be careful. Some of these things are just weird. Psycho Find Animals. Huh. 3.5 stars. Well, I'm not much of a game person, but let's see. Violence is mid. Text mid. Oh, mild text, mild violence. Low poly gameplay. Yeah, sure. What the hell? Let's go to full screen. Okay. So we get the ASWD, shift to run, E product, and space for that, attack and dash. Alright. Well, Bruno, this is the place. It looks ordinary at first, but well, you notice the psychics won't work like you know. Alright. What do you mean? Animals have distorted the space, so this has become a non-echelon? Echelona? What happened? Did it crash? I think it crashed. Let me go ahead. Let's try that again. let's go play. Alright, what do you mean? Animals have distorted the space for non-insulin. I don't know what that means. We're at Bruno. You know we'll get lost, but try to avoid it with my powers. I'll rescue the people trapped between the dimensions, and you do what you do. Yeah, I'll kick some animals' asses. Error has occurred. See if your browser JavaScript. It was working fine. Is this going to be a recurring thing? I'm going to try one more time. If this happens again... I thought JavaScript is gone. Nobody uses it. Alright. Try again. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, well, see ya. Okay. Okay, so you can actually use your mouse to actually look around, move. Whoa. Okay. Oh, okay, so, oh, damn! Ooh. Punch, punch. Oof. Okay, that is an issue that you can actually go up the, Oof. Come on. Up with it, go. Flipping. Oof. Come on, bunny girl. Or boy. Okay. Oh. Alright, let's see what else we got around here. Okay. Oof. Come on. Stop glitching out. Alright, come on. Yep, there we go. This is actually this is kind of fun. Ooh. Come on, upsy daisy. Okay, so there is no counter-striking. Oh yeah, there we go. All right, let's see. All right, we got formless shadow creatures. All right, we're going down. Let's see where else. Ooh. Ragdoll mode. Interesting. I wonder what would happen if I hit this thing. Oof. Think so? Ah. How? Where? Huh? How the hell did that happen? That's a glitch. Oh, it prevents me from going up one more flight of stairs. At least through that direction. Looks like something where a boss battle or something would be. Oof. Alright, come on. Alright. Mm-hmm. So I just gotta find these little ghosties here. Alright, come on. This is actually pretty fun. Alright, come on. Not exactly 100% sure what the function of this game is, but beat up ghosties. I don't know if there's a kill count I have to go through or what. Okay, I cannot go through. Oh, there we go. Oh. Did I just get turned around? Oh, wow. So it has like a dimensional loop barrier. It prevents me from going to certain areas. Okay, that's how I'm just gonna... Oof, come on. Oof, damn. Alright, cool. So that area of concentration up there is really, really bad. Alright, come on. Oof. You think so, you bastard? Come on! Formless shadow of purple in disgust. You think you got me? I got you. I got you, babe. Interesting wall posters. Oh. See, we have some memes on the background. I can't remember which ones. Oof. Come on. Yeah. Hold on. You're not running. There's a running glitch happening right now. I'm not doing anything. Gotta use punch to actually fix this. Be directional. Come on. Although Bunny is glitching the hell out. All right. Oh, we're in permanent run mode. Oof. All right. All right. There we go. Come on. Yeesh. Think so? All right, come on. I'm not touching any keys, people. This is legitimately a glitch. It's constantly in run mode. Weird. Weird, 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 weird. Okay. So how... Let's go ahead and... So how's things going? Go back. I don't know how this happened. Apparently it did. What the? How the? This is a fun little game. Hi. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. Am I being too into what I'm doing? Alright, in order to work with this glitch. Face each opponent. I don't know what these are supposed to be. "42 kills. I don't know how many kills I'm supposed to have, or... It's 43. Alright. 44. Knowing a set number or goal or whatever. I just know I have to kick their asses. Alright. Alright, yeah, I hear you, kitty, I hear you. Alright, looks like let's get here. All right. So I can't have a free hand. I'm not allowed to have a free hand, huh? Ooh, damn. Oof. All right. 61 kills so far. Whew. Alright. Just a fun rough and tumble beat 'em up game. But there's no way of refueling your alive. There's no other additional items. It's basically survival mode. Alright, there's a dash, which is alright. So I wanted to step back. Time game based on the lore of relatively game. I have to say, far as this goes, it's actually a pretty fun game. I did enjoy it. When I go back, considering all I did was be locked into it, and it's only one level, it's not bad. I did find a glitch in it. Guns and Numbs, Storming Hell. That looks like something else. The Pharaoh's Tomb. What else we have? Oh, Newgrounds. Painting Frenzy. Rated E for everyone. Alright. Whether people of the Earth are too busy developing technology like AI, they have forgotten to touch grass, but now they can literally touch grass if there is no grass to touch. Help save the people on Earth by painting more grass. Planting frenzy, huh? Interesting. Oh, Dead Chat, not today. Hype up your stream with Nazana.com. Type left armband 1GK. Thank you, but Dead Chat or not, you know, I can enjoy things. This is for me to fun. Waha, Circuit Break. Do you mind? Sorry, I have a kitten here that just wants to stay on my chest. She just likes listening to my heartbeat or something. Just likes cuddling up to me. Okay, that's a demo. Mage Tower Massacre. Rated T for teens. You know, I don't know if I actually, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna see if I have a old login for this. Give me just 1 second. Go away. Go. Shoot. Shoot! Don't do stuff that you're not supposed to. Alright. Alright. Why did my frame rate drop that badly? I mean, it shouldn't even be that close. I'm using 30 frame rates as it is. for this computer. Okay, so blue cartridge. Let's see if I have one. Forgot your password. Email has been sent to address on. I don't know if it would be this one or my AOL. And yes, I do still have an AOL. Go look at my spam. Alright. I'm gonna try my Alright, nope. Looks like I need it. Is that what happened? Did I hit the caps lock and that's why it was running? So that would probably be. Listen, you. I need my hands free. Do you mind? Oh. Get your neck out of that. All right. Let's see. Come on. Show up. There we go. Looks like we're having a bit of a time with everything. Right. Go ahead and get rid of that. For some reason, my CPU and fuck. I think OBS having a seizure over here. There we go. You good? We good? All right. Okay. Neat. Back and forth. Is this just Pong? Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to continue playing the games because a little Meta War Games. Runner of the Universe. All categories. Fighting, brawlers, adventures, point and click. RPGs, cool. They have adult games. Cool. Those would be more on my see what they have in the mature. Newgrounds is largely ad free, so don't sell it personal. You can use your support though if it means please consider it. Alright. The Witcher 2 with nibbles. Windows 98 NetTown Edition. Okay, what is this? I'm going to go ahead and collapse it. Alright. Let's see. Desktop Age Empire to Half-Life. CD Burner WinApp. Windows 98 NetTown Edition. OST and Solitary. Alright. Anybody want to see me play damn Solitary? Let's go ahead and enter full screen mode. Dear God. Windows Z98. Windows 98 NetTown Edition. I get it. 25 point. Alright. Now what? Okay, it's still loading. Get the look. Enter full screen. See, it's loading on the bottom. Oh my. Isn't this classic? A lot of you who used to have your windows looking like this. Welcome back to the old age. One app, etc. Solitaire. Let's see how well this works. Oh look! Original Microsoft Paint. Oh, that's kind of cool. Age of Empire 2. Half-Life. I don't think they actually lit up like this, but that's pretty cool. Watch out. Running Solitaire EX will force shutdown it. All other software will disconnect from the internet. Revert all customization changes. Proceed with caution. Okay. Alright. That's cool. God, this is classic. This makes me feel old. And yet it is somewhat attractive in this design. Oh, there's a 6. 4 red. 10. We're going to jack here. You see where it has some issues. Queen. The 3 could go here with the 2 here. With the king over here. Alright. Red 5. Black 5. Red queen. 6 of spades. 7 there, that there, move the red here, open that up. Alright. Drop that down there. Alright. Cool. Okay. Go with you over here. King here. Ace there. I know, people come in, why is he playing solitary? What is it? You don't get it, do you? Sometimes it's just good to flex a brain hole. Cool. Got that there. Alright, sweet. Nope. Alright, let's see. Oh, yeah. Put that there. Oh, yeah, here we go. Gotta place you there. Another black tune. Alright. Oh, right, I could do that. Sweet. Neat. Cool. Oh, pour on that one. Oof. Okay, that's the only real representation that we have here. Oh, cool. I can actually do that. Five. Okay, that's all that's there. Oh, yeah, there we go. We need to release that one, so that'll go there. Cool. Queen, Jack. That's got that all over there. Right. I'll move that there. Double click that. Alright. Cool. Oh wait, that's an 8. Never mind. Need a black 9. I don't see a red 7 anywhere. Oh, there we go. That'll do the trick. Right, we've got nothing but that. No. That's 7 here. Missing a 3. So, yep. Deadlocked on that part. Internet connection wizard. CD burner. Let's try this. Oh, paint. Alright, this is fun. That was fun. That was good. Yep, we know. Blue cartridge. This is a copy pasta that turns an old story into a petty, big, creepy, bizarre adventure. No copy pastas right now. Probably be good, but Mazda Claus. Necrowave. Old version. Party Pooper. That's pretty old. Politics USA. Yeah. Katawa. I gotta be careful on what any of these are. Sunday Drive 2. Oof. I'm gonna go ahead and unlock everything. Umbrella Rain. Looks like it'll be fun. Gotta release you from my hand and swap headsets. Give me a couple seconds. You don't have to immediately jump back on my arms. Alright. What's this? Cortex under 50. Wow. Ouch. What's up, guy? Don't know what that is, but okay, cool. Probably something to do with DJs. Oh yeah, the micro, the tiny hard drives that were in there. I was on the verge of breaking down in a household with an unemployed drunk father and... Yeah. Power Rangers. Just man, no. Let's see how things are going. Yeah, everything looks well. Oh, so Rosie Bellman finally saw George Carlin. Which version of Devastator is this? Oh.
I gotta admit, I really like Devastator's new thighs. It's a completely separate piece from Long Haul, so he doesn't have to look like Jimmy Crichton. The transformation's really simple, but very effective. You just peel out that back panel, fold up the legs, and then fold down that panel on itself, and you're almost done. And once you've origamied that up, bring up the midsections together to form the waist connector. Now, if you find some difficulty inserting your long haul, start from the back, just gently insert the tip, and helps it out the I gotta admit, I really like Devastator's new hit.
Okay, so this is a brand new Devastator that is being released. Looks like it's official Transformer merch.
So I'm in Taiwan right now, and I was visiting one of my local haunts, Diamond Toys in Keelong. Man, I came upon the Constructicon 2 pack. I mean, at this point, we know that these guys are glorified remixes of their Combiner Worlds Constructicon ancestors, but that doesn't mean that they're not cool. 10 years of technological advancement and engineering should have yielded more, but at the same time, I'm not too mad because it is Hook. We get a couple of new hinges here and there, and overall the joints are a lot tighter, and also the boom is removed. So I'm in Taiwan right now, and I was visiting one of my local haunts. Let's convert Studio Series Hook into a Force Hook. If you're familiar with the Combiner Wars version, you're going to be familiar with this. But gone is the jank and fiddliness, and it's been replaced by buttery smooth joints. And I know it looks like I'm having a bit of trouble, but it's only because it's brand new. Everything tabs in really. And my favorite part is the Combiner. It's not just hanging out in the box, a la Gwyneth Paltrow from 7. It's actually cleverly hidden within Hook's torso. And the way the face gets revealed is very, very satisfying. I can't wait to What's in the box? What's in the box? Let's convert Studios.
That's neat.
I gotta admit, I really like Devastator's new. It's a completely separate.
So do they change it?
Action Edition Soundwave has so much presence about it.
So do they actually change into their individuals characters or what? Does he only do? Look, it's a ton of Stitch. But looks like there's a new wave of Devastator. Cool.
I gotta admit, I really like Devastator's new hips and thighs. It's a completely separate piece from Long Haul, so he doesn't.
730 words you can't say.
The transformation's really simple, but very effective. You just peel out that back panel,
Hold on.
fold up the
We're having a
panel on itself, and once you've origamied that up, bring up the midsections together to form the waistband. Now if you find difficulty start from the back, just gently insert the tip and coax it up.
Okay, I'm gonna have to just redo this entire. Why was there some creepy pink girl that looked like she had eyes staring deep inside my... What the fuck is that? Hyper realistic looking or not, that's just... Watch it, girls, you're going to watch it. They're getting closer and closer. Huh. Okay, so I know most robots, they keep the camera dead center in the nose area, which is kind of disturbing. But like the DS, that had the 3DS with the dual cameras, why don't they do something similar to that with the eyeballs, the center point of the eyeballs, so it could actually see dimensions a lot better with a dual camera sense, kind of how our eyes have a short range and long range ideology.
When did you realize you were not the favorite child? I realized it when my parents chose to save my brother's life over mine during a house fire. I was 12, and my brother Tyler was 8 when our house caught fire in the middle of the night. The smoke alarm woke me up first. I could smell the smoke and see the orange glow under my bedroom door. Fire! I screamed, running to my parents' room. The house is on fire! Dad jumped up immediately. Where's Tyler? In his room, I said. We need to get out. But when we got to the hallway, it was already filled with thick black smoke. The fire had spread faster than we thought. Tyler's room was at the end of the hall. Mine was right next to the stairs. We could only save one of us before the ceiling collapsed. Dad looked at me, then at Tyler's door. Arya, you're smart and strong. You can find another way out. Tyler needs us more. They left me standing in the hallway and ran toward Tyler's room. I watched my parents disappear into the smoke to save my little brother while leaving me to figure out my own escape at 12 years old. I ran back to my room and climbed out my second-story window onto the roof. I had to jump down to the neighbor's yard and broke my arm in the fall, but I survived. When the fire department arrived, they found my parents and Tyler huddled in firefighters rescued all three of them. At the hospital, everyone was focused on Tyler's smoke inhalation. He's so brave, the nurses kept saying. Such a tough little boy. Nobody mentioned that I'd escaped on my own with a broken arm. Arya's always been independent. Mom told the doctor when he asked about my injuries. She's our little survivor. That's when I understood. I wasn't the favorite child because I was capable. Tyler was the favorite because he needed saving. And my parents would always choose to save him first. The pattern continued for years after the fire. When Tyler struggled in school, they hired expensive tutors. When I struggled, they told me to figure it out because I was When Tyler wanted to quit baseball, when I wanted to quit piano, they said I had to stick with When Tyler got arrested for shoplifting, they hired a lawyer and got the charges dropped. When I got a speeding ticket at 17, I had to pay the fine myself and lost car privileges for a month. Tyler makes mistakes because he's impulsive. Arya should know better. The final proof came when I was 18. I've been accepted to 3 colleges but needed help with tuition. We'll see what we can do. Dad said vaguely. 2 weeks later, Tyler crashed his car while drunk driving. Instead of using my college money for tuition, they spent it on Tyler's legal fees and a new car for him. College can wait. Tyler needs our support right now. I moved out that week. I never asked them for anything again. I worked 3 jobs to put myself through community college, then transferred to a state school. It took me 6 years, but I graduated with a nursing degree. Tyler dropped out of college after one semester and last month, Tyler called me for the first time. Arya, I need help. Mom and Dad are getting older, and I can't take care of them alone. Where have you been for the past decade? You know I'm not good at this stuff. You're the responsible one. You're better at handling things. 2 days later, Mom called. Arya, we need you to come home and help with your father's medical bills. Tyler's doing his best, but Tyler needs saving again? You're being dramatic. Am I? You left me in a burning house to save him. You spent my college money on his mistakes. You spent 20 years choosing him over me. There was silence on the other end. That fire was different. Tyler was younger. I hung up and blocked their numbers. Some people spend their whole lives trying to become the favorite child. I spent mine learning I never had a chance. When did you realize you were not the favorite child? I realized it when my parents...
I'm gonna mute this because there's something that really caught my attention at the end of this. Hey guys, I don't care about the machining part. I saw something really freaking cool. Check this shit out. That is awesome. You put it in. It's an automatic rail opener and closer. That is actually pretty cool. Huh. And it's a remote.
Everyone in the house comes out to greet the woman. The billionaire supports his pregnant wife as they walk through the front door of his mansion. Everyone in the house comes out to greet the woman. The billionaire's mother even tells the housekeeper to bring out baby clothes. It's only then that the woman feels the love of family. However, the billionaire's mother mistakenly thinks she hasn't paid attention to the woman's feelings. So she has the housekeeper bring the clothes prepared for the woman again. Looking at the many expensive clothes, the woman feels happy but uncomfortable. The considerate mother considers that the woman isn't suitable for trying on clothes. She finds 3 models with the same figure for the woman to try on the clothes for her. To take good care of the woman, the mother even asks the billionaire to work as a nanny. This leaves the billionaire instantly shocked. The mother orders the billionaire to take good care of the woman. It turns out all this is to make up for the hardships the woman has endured. After a wonderful night with the billionaire, she, an orphan, unexpectedly gets pregnant. She lives with her aunt's family, but her aunt wants to marry her off to a 50-year-old man. The woman strongly opposes it, so her aunt confiscates all her money. This leaves her unable to pay for prenatal checkups. When she falls and is rushed to the hospital due to physical discomfort, the billionaire's friend sees the bracelet on her wrist. The friend immediately tells the billionaire the news. Upon hearing it, the billionaire drives straight to the hospital. At the same time, the aunt finds the woman and tries to pull her out of the hospital to avoid paying fees. The woman breaks free and tells them the owner of this bracelet will pay for it, but her uncle doesn't believe it, saying, "This bracelet is only worth $5. How can it pay for anything?" He then smashes the bracelet to the ground. Just as they try to force her to leave, the billionaire arrives and shouts angrily, "Who dares to touch my wife?" The billionaire supports his pregnant wife as they walk through the front door.
Well, that's something different. Oh, look at this. Oh, you startled me. Jingle bell rock. Oh! What the fuck did you do?
Look at me. Look at me.
Huh? What? He floats so gracefully. I didn't do it. Oh, I got you, buddy. Can I have another? Okay, that's adorbs. Anyway, we're getting. Honestly, I'm too old. They wouldn't like geezers like me. This is. Yay, boo boo!
Want to date a Japanese woman? Stick around. Here's the three reasons why Japanese women won't cheat on you in just 50 seconds. Divorce means major embarrassment. Splitting up is seen as a big social especially for women. You get caught stepping out. You could end up in court paying up to 5 million yen for emotional damages. Lose your job. Lose your job. And become the office ghost forever.
Damn.
Kids come first. From kindergarten onward, you're drilled that family unity trumps romance. Even when sparks fade, couples stay together for the children. Like two flatmates who barely talk but still host happy-looking barbecues. Keeping up appearances. In Japan, your outer smile is your reputation's bodyguard. You plaster Instagram with cheerful pics while sobbing into your pillow once the curtains close. Cheating doesn't just break hearts. It torpedoes your social street cred. Want to date a Japanese?
Your social street cred.
Stick around. Here's the three reasons why.
Yeah, that's something that doesn't get around in the United States. Yep, maxing. Let's see what.
Need help with your Trump mobile service or US-based customer?
I'm sorry, the hell now? You just say Trump mobile service?
New wireless for a new day. Like this, this just feels like a scam, man.
It
just
does.
Feels like, and again, since they do have, like on the bottom of the screen. These are Trump and all associated designs are trademark of the DTTM Operations LLC. Trump Mobile LLC. Trump Mobile and its products and services. Who is doing this?
The hell's
doesn't even follow Fox News. Fake. FAQ. What is Trump Mobile? How do I check if my phone is compatible? How do I contact customer support? I just
what the fuck? Yeah, it really does. Looks like somebody's just using Trump's name in order to create fake stuff.
I don't like this. I don't know. Maybe my mind can be changed, but it feels really fishy to me.
Right?
Feels really fishy. Feels like a lot of the Trump watches and Trump knives that are advertised on the radio and say they aren't affiliated with Trump. Yeah, exactly. And it feels exactly like that. Like trying to profit off his notoriety and his brand name without actually being endorsed by him.
Correct.
If his kids are promoting it, maybe it does have something to do with him. I have no idea.
I realized my.
Someone call CoffeeZilla. This is one of those Redditor SIM card scams that take advantage of the maggots. Oh my god. It doesn't follow Fox. It's a Fed honeypot. There's no way.
Give me a second. I need to pop this off so I could attach my
I would not buy
Bluetooth.
this even if it was legit. Ice Bees, thank you for the 50. You know how streaming stuff works? My YouTube vids on Bridge and stuff are great work. You're sad you missed the Gamer Subs merch drop, so here's some money you would have spent on that as thanks for your good work. Glad I'm doing more on YouTube. Thank you, my guy. I appreciate it. Let me see. I no longer don't have any other messages. And they weren't able to get it up now. I guess it will have to wait. That should be fine. Give me 1 second. Here, because I'm not sure. I guess I'll wait. I guess I'll wait till tomorrow. I guess I'll wait till tomorrow because I don't want to like say stuff if it's not ready. But
there we go.
Tomorrow probably. Phone stops working if you criticize Israel. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Cup, where you missed Cup? It says sold out now. Yeah, there was some fucking thick ass honorable chatter that said he ordered like 100 of them. So
damn.
Maybe we'll be able to do some giveaways in the future if we can figure out how to finagle a PO box for me. If we can figure that shit out, you know. Cup is listed for 150
Oh wow.
on
Kidney
eBay
failure
right now. Scalpers suck. Don't do that. Don't pay the eBay scalper prices. Scalpers should be summarily found and scalped.